Okay. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, everybody. We will start the meeting. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us. I now call the regular City Council meeting of March 3rd, 2026 to order. Next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Right, thank you, everyone. Moving down to item 2 of the agenda, we have the land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people, who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. All right, thank you. We're now on to item 3, roll call and city clerk's report. Madam City Clerk, if you go ahead with roll call.
Good evening, Mayor Tave,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Present.
I will note for the record that Councilmember Sasai will be arriving shortly. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Here.
Councilmember Toms.
Here.
Acting City Manager Chief Clahoun.
Here.
City Attorney Casher.
Here.
Mayor, the agenda was posted on Thursday, February 26th at 2:10 p.m. with all legally required notices. Written comments were received in advance of the meeting and have been distributed to council, posted on the website, and are available for the public to view in the back of the council chambers. Does the council have any conflicts to report on our agenda items tonight? Seeing none, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. The next item is 4A, closed session. The council will reconvene to the regular meeting at approximately 6 p.m., but I want to check with City Attorney Casher. Do you think 6 p.m. is?
I think that should be fine.
Okay.
At 1 hour.
Okay, so we'll be convening to closed session for item 4A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, Government Code 54956.9D2 or D3, number of potential cases 1. All right. Okay, so convening, so we got to convene to closed session. Got it. Okay, everyone, we'll reopen, get back to open session. So there was no reportable action from closed session. We are on item 5 to reconvene. So we'll be moving to item 6, citizens to be heard. So we'll take our first set of citizens to be heard. Madam Clerk, if you could, one note, Councilmember Sasai has now joined the meeting, and 2, I guess we'll go to citizens to be heard. So we have our first speaker, please.
Okay, we have Richard Casal, followed by Peter Murphy and Debbie Long, in that order.
Richard Kossel. I live up on Jordan. Last Saturday, we had a successful clean up at the creek, and it was fantastic. A lot of trash that I saw there picked up along the reeds was the same trash I see on streets. That's where the source of the trash is the streets. And the stream is the last point before it heads out to the ocean, off to the wonderful, one of the sources is the streets. And I walk up and down Wright and Deutsch, and I see the same trash there, and I pick it up. And this last Wednesday, I was walking up Wright, and there was a clamshell food container, freshly dropped. It wasn't there when I walked earlier, and walked by it, and there it was. 20 feet away was a Amazon delivery van. And I took a look at their policies. They are allowed to eat food while they're in their van, not able to eat while driving, but there's policy is that they have to get rid of the trash before they get back into the depot. So easiest way is to throw it because they have a tight schedule. And I don't think it's just Amazon. I think this applies to FedEx, applies to UPS, applies to USPS, because it's the same things over and over again. And so what I would like is, what can we do about this is, or what can you do about this is to call, to talk to these delivery services, to talk to their management and say, please explain to us what your policy is for trash. Please explain to us what you have, to mitigate this. And hopefully you can even have an opportunity to use that, or I should say, to use that as an opportunity to get them to invest in Pinole cleanliness, as a goodwill gesture that they can help contribute to Pinole beautification. So just an observation. Again, I did not see the driver throw it out there, but it makes it, the napkins were just moving away from the trash when I walked by. So it was a fresh deposit. So that's it. Oh, also the patch in front of my house for the pothole is, of course, disintegrating, but that's another thing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Peter Murray.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, staff. I came to speak about something that I think is about time that everybody in the community was made aware of, and that there is a website out there. It's called California City, and it pretty much is like a newspaper in a sense, but it kind of focuses on city councils, county government, and state as well. And what it does is it gives you a synopsis of all the things that are going on. A lot of it good, telling you who's who and who's coming in and who's leaving. But it also, the thing that I find fascinating is the amount of bad government that's out there, and people that operate for their own personal benefit and that are being brought to task and under the law, and they find themselves in sincere trouble. And it's interesting because there's times when cities like in Los Angeles area there, the whole council and the city manager were brought to task for corruption. And then you find out this goes on over and over. At this point in time, the latest one is talking about you got a person running for city council that's a convicted pedophile. And then they had an incident with them today at an event, not today, over the weekend at an event. And it's the gall of people, that get involved and for their own personal gain or ill will. And as I said, it's called California Cities, and its website is Madrid, like the city in Spain, California City News. And I used this when I was on the council for years, and it was interesting reading, who's who and things that were going on locally in our area and people that we had to deal with. Sometimes you find their names in here for their illicit behaviors and things like that. But I think I'm gonna post this on Nextdoor too, so that people in the community can see what's going on, and that not all people that are sitting in the seats in our city councils throughout the county or the state have the people's benefit in mind when they're doing things. And then the other thing I wanted to point out is that in reading that, I started thinking about our council and this 3-person block that we have here. And it took me back to 2008 when we had a 3-person block.
Excuse me, that's time.
Pardon me?
That's time, that's 3 minutes. We're having a technical issue with the light on the podium. That was 3 minutes.
That was 3 minutes? Okay. Well, I'm going to follow up on that too in the upcoming weeks.
Okay, thank you, speaker. Next speaker, please.
Just 1 second.
Oh, technical difficulties. We'll be up and running in a second. We're hoping we can get the clock going.
It's not syncing.
Yeah.
Maybe we can use the Zoom clock. Will that work?
Will that work?
No problem.
No? Okay. Good evening, council, mayor. I will begin with a few questions about the ballot measure for an elected mayor. When will the public be presented with the argument in favor of the measure? When and how much time will be allotted for our con answer to the measure? When will we be notified for us to present the argument against the measure? And do we present it to our city clerk, or do we just have to go out to the county? Another additional question is, will the same term limits be applied to the mayor as they are to the council? Because it would have to go to a vote of the people again at additional cost. Again, this is such a waste of taxpayer money and staff time. When evidence has been presented that everyone perceives this as an expensive solution to a problem that doesn't exist. Public speakers, emails, and postings on public forums have all spoken against an elected mayor. I'm not commenting on the ban against gas stations tonight, since that's another item on the agenda. However, what I am commenting on is your need to have a polling regarding the ban and then ignoring the results. Ironically, you declined to poll the public on an elected mayor, but we know that wouldn't have produced the results you wanted. Well, neither did the polling on banning the gas stations. Overwhelmingly, the respondents did not support the ban on gas stations. So once again, you have spent taxpayer money polling the public, ignoring the results, and moving forward with an unsupported ordinance. Community spending and more of the taxpayers' money. The council majority's MO is spend first and tax later. You are a majority council that is out of touch with your community and overall fiscally irresponsible. And one last point. It is too bad that the people commenting and emailing do not have to state their city of residency, because only 2 comments supporting an elected mayor that I have read are from people not living in this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. City Clerk, we can get next speaker up.
Ann Moriarty, followed by Kent Moriarty, followed by Jennifer Horn.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council, staff, and citizens. At February 3rd City Council meeting, a decision was made to move forward with a ballot measure for an elected mayor. The proposal spurred an unprecedented amount of negative commentary in person, on social media, and in emails. A council member chose to read one email to bolster his position of the more than 35 that were submitted. Tonight, we read to you the rest of the emails from constituents whose opinions did not receive the same public attention. If we don't have enough time, we'll read the rest later. I am a resident here in Viewpoint, and I see no need for a mayor, for God's sakes. What the heck are they going to do? Help design the Christmas lights? Stop wasting my money. Thanks, Amy Shaw. It is concerning to see typical political tactics used to obfuscate and deflect the current issues by dismissing them as just a survey or the result of instigation by ex-mayors and cliques. This appears to be more about political ambition at the expense of Pinole. We have already seen the impact of this environment. Our last city manager resigned abruptly after a very short tenure. This raises important questions. Why did she leave? Was it due to a lack of compliance with Councilmember Murphy's wishes? Furthermore, there is a legitimate concern regarding whether the next selection will be a political ally. It seems nothing is being allowed to stand in the way of this agenda. We are being told that an elected mayor would accomplish more than our current rotational system. However, it is difficult to see how a single individual would be more effective than the collective efforts of 5 council members. A country like Switzerland has successfully used the rotational system for years. Are we going to allow Pinole to degenerate into dysfunction like some neighboring cities with elected mayors? I hope not. Best regards, Basim Khalil. I have been a resident of Pinole for greater than 35 years and want to voice my opposition to item 10A on the Pinole February 3rd City Council agenda. You don't need to be a weatherman to know which way the wind is blowing, and we don't need to call for an expensive, self-serving special election to move from a rotating mayor among council members to an elected mayor, and all of the expense and potential negative impacts that could bring to Pinole. And, by the way, in our current system of government, mayors are elected. We haven't yet voted out all of the charter city supporters on the council, but we're working on it. Until then, we all need to watch for these harebrained ideas and call them out. Bob Falcone, Pinole citizen and community volunteer.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker.
I'm just going to continue with some of the other letters that didn't get read at the last meeting. Kent Moriarty.
Maybe we restart the timer and then go ahead. Go ahead, Speaker. Go ahead.
I was just making sure everybody was
Yeah,
listening.
we just have the clock up and it was running, but go ahead. Three minutes, please.
Pinole City Council. As a longtime resident of Pinole, I'm writing to oppose putting a resolution on the ballot for an elected mayor and spending $37,000 to $55,000 or more that our city does not have. This is irresponsible. Our current system of having the mayor position rotating among city council members has worked very well for a long time. It's not our current system that has caused our current financial problems. Maybe the citizens of Pinole should look at our current city council and ask, Why would we make someone permanent when they already have not dealt with our financial problems? That's like saying, I haven't helped with our finances, but if you make me permanent and pay me more money, I can fix it. Please stop wasting our money. Bob Moore. Everybody listening?
You have plenty of time.
Okay. In my opinion, as a 23-year-old homeowner here in Pinole, with its population just over 18,000, we're fine without a full-time mayor and all the added expenses that may be incurred to do so. Please put this motion to rest. Do what you are already elected to do. How about taking that money and spend it on some landscaping and beautification projects, or better yet, clean up the grossly overgrown Pinole Creek? This does not need to go on the ballot. Thank you, Brian Hampton and Denise Hampton. I wanted to make sure everybody was listening. It felt like everybody wasn't. We do not need a full-time mayor. We're a small town with a deficit. It would be unwise to go further into debt. We need to repave and fix the roads. That and safety should be main priorities. Cynthia Ullman. Everybody listening? I feel like if you're not looking at me, or if you're reading something on the dais, I feel like you're not listening to what I'm saying. Thanks. Please do not approve spending any money on an unnecessary special election to discuss an elected mayor. A city of the small size of Pinole has absolutely no need for an elected mayoral position. The current system of mayoral rotation has been working well for generations and provides a diverse group of individuals who can together come to discuss and decide on issues. The very idea of spending tons of money we need for many other shortfalls, mainly our street maintenance and repair, is insane. It also appears to be instigated by one individual who wants to further their future political ambitions and has touted many accomplishments, some of which are not even local or single-handed. We do not need or want our beloved city of Pinole.
That's done. Thank you, Speaker. Okay, we have next speaker, please.
Yes, we have Jennifer Horn.
One second, Speaker. Do we have, maybe City Clerk can list off the other two speakers, or the next two?
Following Jennifer Horn, I do have a card from Antonio Silva, but I don't have a box check, so I'm not sure if this is for citizens to be heard. Is Antonio? Okay. That's for the service station issue. Okay.
Okay.
Then following Jennifer Horn, we have Mary Horton and William Horton.
Great. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jennifer Horn, and I'm going to continue the readings for this evening. As a longtime resident of Pinole, I do not support, that's all in caps, wasting our tax dollars on whether or not to have a separate election in order to elect one certain person as mayor. The city runs fine with the current process. There are many other more important issues our tax dollars should be spent on. I will not in the future support any city council member who votes in favor of this money grab idea. Judy Marks. Dear City Council, I do not support, all in caps, you spending $25,000 to see if the city of Pinole wants to change the way we elect a mayor. Respectfully, Catherine Girk. I do not believe it would be beneficial to the city to have a full-time mayor. The city struggles now with budgetary concerns, and this is an additional expense we do not need! Exclamation point. Linda Radcliffe. I am opposed to changing Pinole's governing system to an elected mayor system. Our council system has worked well for years. Spending the money for a special election at this time is fiscally irresponsible because the city does not currently have enough money to cover everything the city needs. Margaret Gelhaus, 55-year Pinole resident. Dear Mayor Tave and City Council members, I am opposed to spending any taxpayer money on sending out a survey or questionnaire to the residents of Pinole to determine whether to hire a full-time mayor, because it would cost thousands of dollars. I understand if there are enough yes votes, this will be put on the June ballot. There are plenty of other important issues in Pinole that need addressing, and the city needs that money to address those issues. pedestrian safety, road repair, hiring a full-time permanent city manager, school improvements, maintenance and repair of lighting, parks and walking trails, etc. The city should focus its energy and resources to things that the taxpayers indicated they need and want. I'm unaware of any citizens who are demanding a full-time mayor. Because Pinole is a small city, it does not need a full-time mayor. The tradition of mayoral rotation has been working quite well for many years. It allows for more diversity and it avoids the danger of one person becoming entrenched. If it ain't broke, why fix it? I vote no on this issue. Thank you for reading this. Sincerely, Margaret Young. I vote no on Agenda Item 10A. Melanie Norton, resident of Pinole. To whom it may concern, please vote no on 10A. No need for a direct mayor election. Thank you. Nancy Andrina, Pinole resident. Dear City Council, please mark my objection to the idea of changing how we elect a mayor. Keep mayoral rotation as it is! Exclamation point. Thank you. Noreen Buhler, Realtor, Security Pacific Real Estate Brokerage. And that's it. I'm going to run out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Can you let me know when there's the final seconds, if you wouldn't mind? And the eye contact thing is very important. You guys need to look here. I don't want to see you guys looking down. That tells me you're not offering the respect to the speaker. So please, just for 3 minutes. My name is Mary Horton. I was elected 5 times to the City Council. I served as a rotational mayor 4 times. I fought for the police department when the sentiment was to contract it out to the county. I fought for the utility tax, which passed, first one in Pinole's history. I fought for Shannon School to keep it open. And as far as I can see, all those things are still in place. I'm very proud of that record as a rotational mayor. Those accomplishments, like I said, are still in place today. I'm voting no on the directly elected mayor, if you didn't catch my drift. One council member is saying, we need new ideas to support the residents, quote unquote. We have to do something. Our current system isn't working. Oh my gosh. It begs the question, why is it not working? I'm not hearing any comment on that. He just says it. It's not working. What are the new ideas? Again, that begs the question. What are the new ideas? Why aren't we discussing them now? Why are we going to wait? If it's so vital, let's do it. And the measure was passed with a split vote, 3-2. And it's the same people, it seems, that are always voting 3-2. I think that raises suspicion. This council member also opined in a separate article, when the community is divided, the ballot box is the right referee. The community's not divided. Haven't you heard all the measures, all the emails, vastly and not with very little publicity? People are volunteering those emails to you to tell you they don't want it. I'm hearing overwhelming support for no on the directly elected mayor. So, and that doesn't even count the 14 or 15 or so people that came down to the council in person saying, don't do it. And it was like they were ignored.
Mrs. Horton, you have 40 seconds.
Okay, good. The author is saying this is a one-time expense. Well, I say put the travel budget up for a vote. That was a 3-2 vote as well. $60,000 to travel for council members. I say put that on the ballot. That won't pass. Vote no on this measure. No kings in Pinole. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I will get right to the point. I am William Horton, Pinole voter. I pay property, utility, and sales taxes. I trust you to take care of Pinole's quality of life, police, fire, parks, and streets. Currently, 5 council members are directly elected already by Pinole voters. 4 of them take a 1-year term as mayor. And 5 of you altogether solve the yearly budget problems. You work together. However, this directly elected mayor on the June 2nd ballot is a $55,000 mistake. You will have 1 mayor and 4 council members in November 2026. You will still have budget problems like fixing Pinole roads, and the budget will be smaller by $55,000. The separately elected mayor will not guarantee any new ideas or new funds to fix roads to solve Pinole's budget problems. I urge you to reconsider this ballot measure and save the $55,000 cost. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
We have Francis Bright, followed by Bill Bright.
Hi, I'm Frances Bright, and I just wanted to say that I am somebody else that's... okay. Hi, I'm Frances Bright. I live in Pinole, and I just am really uncomfortable with what I'm hearing as far as needing an elected mayor for such a small community. I feel like the money, I look around, I love Pinole, and I look around, there's so much that needs to be fixed, from potholes and school issues, that I'm confused by this. And I don't see is there a groundswell that I have not heard of that is calling for this? So I don't understand. So thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Bill Bright, a Pinole homeowner. I'm here to voice my opposition to the initiative to have a permanent, separately elected mayor. We're a small town and do not need this additional bureaucracy and expense. Have we ever been told how much the mayor is going to be paid separately? Yes, no?
Oh, I'm sorry. You would have to keep going. We're not
that's
allowed
fine.
to.
I mean, you can just
guys.
nod your head. The battle item and having a separate mayor will spend some of my property, utility, and sales tax, costing the city thousands of dollars, an unnecessary expense, which I've been told will be in the range of $32,000 to $55,000. I don't see how we can afford that. We should be spending our money, that money, on repairing potholes. I mean, that's a major issue in the city. I went to a special meeting at the senior center a while back. We went all through that. I prefer the current system where 4 different council members take a 1-year term as mayor. I ask you to reconsider this unneeded ballot measure. I honestly can't see the residents of Pinole supporting this initiative in the end. I, for one, will be working aggressively against it, and also against anyone who supports it. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Mayor, that concludes public comment for citizens to be heard.
Okay. Do we have any online? No online speakers?
No online comments.
So moving on from item 6, next item on the agenda is reports and communications. First, we have the mayor's report. Had an opportunity to attend a few events. We had the St. Joseph's Black History Month event and the Jubilee on Saturday at Pinole High. It was both great events. Got a chance to speak with students, and I know with the Jubilee there was a lot of talent. Also was able to attend the last day of the library. So they had a nice kickoff before we do the renovation. So a lot of fun. Got a chance to meet a lot of people and discuss some of the things happening in Pinole. So that's my mayor's report. So that's 7A. We'll go ahead and move down to 7B, mayoral and council appointments. Doesn't look like we have any of those, so we'll move to 7C. City Council Committee Reports and Communications. We'll start with Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Tave. So I was ready to meet with our fellow representatives from Hercules at the wastewater treatment plant subcommittee, but unfortunately there was no quorum. So I want to thank staff for having prepared for that meeting, both on the Hercules side as well as on the Pinole side, and certainly David Snell's group with PCTV, who were ready to record the proceedings. I'm hopeful that the meeting delegates or representatives both for Hercules as well as for Pinole will be available at the next meeting. We receive advance notice of the date, and if you are unable to attend, please inform your delegate that you will not be there in case there is a time conflict. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Hey, thank you, Mayor, so much. And good evening, everybody. I'm proud to recognize, I know we have a lot of proclamations, but I do want to recognize March as Women's History Month, a time not only to celebrate, but also to reflect and recommit ourselves to the continued pursuit of women, tremendous women who have been on the pursuit of equity. Women's History Month is more than just a calendar observance. It's also an opportunity for us as a community to intentionally learn about and uplift the countless contributions women have made to our society in science, in the arts, politics, public service, energy and innovation, academia, business, and social welfare. And right here in Pinole and across our region, women continue to lead, build, and serve and inspire. I did post on social media just a little bit more about my thoughts about the tremendous women that have inspired me, including many in Contra Costa County, but also across the state of California, including our District Attorney, Dinah Becton, as well as our State Controller, Malia Cohen, which we had a couple years back in this chamber. I wanted to also encourage folks to continue learning about the tremendous history of women, particularly in West County, and remind yourselves that the work towards true gender equity is not finished. Of course, while we honor the major strides women have made, we must also acknowledge the responsibility we share in accelerating progress. And when women succeed, our entire community succeeds. So I just wanted to take a moment to honor, again, Women's History Month in the midst of so many things that we're honoring this month. Last council meeting, I did make a announcement that I was appointed by the National League of Cities president to serve on the Finance, Administration, and Intergovernmental Relations Committee. I recently attended our first meeting of our committee, which plays a key role in shaping national policy positions affecting local governments. The committee is focused on issues including federalism, unfunded mandates at the national level, municipal pensions, municipal bonds, and capital finance, tax reforms, antitrust issues, civil rights, and labor relations. It's a heavy committee, but we are tasked with doing the work. Recently, the committee has been particularly engaged in efforts to protect cities during federal tax reform discussions, including preserving the tax-exempt status of municipal bonds and advocating for local taxing authority on online remote sales transactions. The committee includes local officials, local elected officials, as well as city staff from across the country who work together to discuss and influence federal policies that directly impact how our cities operate. I'm truly honored to serve Pinole on this committee, but I'm also truly honored to serve the state of California. Pinole is one of only 3 California cities represented on this committee, making it a unique opportunity to ensure our community and region have a voice in national discussions. I know there has been so much movement at the national level recently, but I want to remind folks that a lot of our city funding that we've gotten in the last couple of years has actually come from the federal government. The American Rescue Plan Act, as well as CARES Act, were all things that our city benefited from, but because we had advocacy at the national level. And so I want to continue that. Our next meeting will take place in Washington, D.C. on March 15th, which I plan to attend. Also want to highlight so many things that went on this weekend and this past week. I did attend the last day of the Pinole Library. We continue to monitor and engage with community members regarding the closure of the Pinole Library for about a year. I know that it's an important resource for all of us, and I know many residents rely on it for education, connection, and services. I will continue to work with regional partners and stakeholders to advocate for access to library services. And if you are looking to use library services, they are right around the corner. You can go to the Hercules Library or the El Sobrante Library. And of course, after the library closure event, I also attended the Black History Month Jubilee. Wonderful event. Every year, the Pinole Valley High School African American Student Union puts on a Black History Month Jubilee. And like I said, events like this are important more for our community now than ever in terms of honoring Black history, culture, and also intersectional leadership. There were so many non-Black students and faculty members at Pinole Valley High School who are also a part of planning the Jubilee, who are part of the Jubilee itself and staging. So just want to highlight our young people. They are truly the bright and best of Pinole, and just want to highlight them and say congratulations on another Jubilee. And also with that, I did recently post on social media, but I was proud to help bring La Russell. For folks who don't know, La Russell is a hip hop artist who has been doing tremendous work across the Bay Area, as well as the nation, centered for a community event at Pinole Valley High School on empowerment, creativity, and opportunity for our youth. The event served as a powerful way to uplift our community and highlight local talent. He is born and raised in Vallejo, but he obviously has a lot of friends in Pinole, and center young people in conversations about creativity, entrepreneurship, and building positive futures. Again, so excited about our young people here in Pinole. They really, really love the event. And again, thank you to La Russell for coming to the city of Pinole, visiting here, and making sure our community had a sense of empowerment that we continue to strive for. Last but not least, I do want to always give a report back about the committees I serve on. And most recently, I've talked about our energy affordability. I know that so many folks who I talk to in our community are impacted by rising energy costs. At the last MCE Board of Directors meeting on February 19th, the board moved forward with a proposal aimed at reducing electricity generation rates and providing additional bill relief for customers. I've shared this for a couple of months, but I do want to give an update that when we finalized the meeting, we did vote on a couple things. The first is that MCE customers will be seeing a reduction in generation rates by 14%, bringing them into parity with PG&E's generation rate. In addition, we also will be providing a temporary bill credit to offset recent increases and exit fees that PG&E has through December 31st, 2026. And last but not least, we've also expanded our MCE Cares credit, adding another $10 million to support monthly bill credits of $20 to $25 for income qualified households and small businesses. These changes will take effect on April 1st if approved. We just had one more budget meeting to go. And this action does reflect our commitment to keeping our electricity affordable while continuing to provide cleaner energy and reinvest locally. I'm going to continue to share information out and also work with our staff. I do know there's so many residents who have asked me about this, this is on folks' mind at 2 a.m. And it's so important that we do acknowledge the hurt that our residents are dealing with, but also the opportunities that we as a city have by joining organizations and agencies like MCE. So I do look forward to our future presentation from our MCE staff, but in the meantime, just wanted to give that brief report about the reduction in rates coming soon. So thank you again, Mayor, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. Councilmember Sasai.
Thank you, Mayor, and just want to thank the public commenters who took time out of their day to come and give public comment tonight. I know that I think most of them left the chambers. I would love if they come back and there's more important items on the agenda to hopefully get their input on, and so many things at the federal level. There's so much destruction that's happening. I want to see the same passion for those important issues too. I'll keep my report very brief because I really want to honor Chief Richard, who is here today, and be mindful of the time of our Confire staff, and so I'll keep this brief. But I just want to report back on WCTAC, the West Contra Costa Transportation Commission, which I am the delegate for Pinole. And in the last meeting, we approved bylaw amendments to allow for 2 alternate representatives on the Contra Costa Transit Authority Board. I was proud to nominate my colleague, Rebecca Saltzman, who some might know as the Mayor Pro Tem of El Cerrito, but also a former BART board member who has decades of experience in transit. And the board unanimously approved her to be voted in, so I want to congratulate her. We also went over the Clipper 2.0 system, which I actually have here on my Apple Wallet. If y'all don't have it, you should definitely try to get this. With the Clipper 2.0, you can actually pay virtually for your rides across all public transit agencies. And so we just went over the implementation, some of the issues that folks are having, and how we can mitigate that to make the process more smoother. Lastly, we had an overview of the I-80 San Pablo Dam Road Phase 2 status update. And just to visualize for folks, that is the San Pablo Dam Road overpass over I-80 in the city of San Pablo. If you have ever been over this overpass, you probably experienced terrible traffic on this area and probably seen lots of collisions that have happened during our time here. But you know, the improvements on the actual road design are quite impressive. A lot of road improvements that will allow for more safety, less collisions, but also class 4 bike lanes, so protected bike lanes. That's going to make it a lot safer for both bicyclists and pedestrians. One feedback that I gave the commission and wanted that to be reflected when San Pablo receives a report is that they're using flexible post for the protected bike lanes. And so I advocated for concrete raised curbs, things like concrete filled posts that will actually create a physical barrier between cars and bicyclists and eventually pedestrians as well. And so I know that it's extra costs, but if that's cost we have to protect and save one life, I think that's well worth it. And so I think it's important because on that corridor, the speed limit is 35 miles per hour. And if you've tried biking in a roadway where the speed limit is 35 miles per hour, you know how that feels to be next to cars speeding by. So that's the update from WCTAC. Like Mayor Pro Tem Murphy was also honored to join in on the Pinole Valley High School Black History Month Jubilee, which has always been an excellent annual event put on by our educators, our students at Pinole Valley High School. And just want to express my appreciation for all of the student leaders. It makes me incredibly proud to see them just lead the way and take initiative to put on such an excellent event for all of our community. I'm also proud to announce that our city was awarded approximately $300,000 through the Community Cleanup and Employment Pathway Grant Program, which is an initiative of the Clean California program administered by Caltrans. And so this program aims to support litter abatement and public space beautification while creating workforce development opportunities for individuals who are facing employment barriers. And so I just want to thank staff for their work to apply for the grant. I know that might have been a heavy lift, but the ROI was really incredible. And so I'm also thankful for the Caltrans staff that I spoke to probably about 2 years ago before this happened, and just their partnership and their guidance on the steps to make this happen was really appreciated. And I'm really looking forward to how we can use these funds to really fund up litter abatement, preventative measures, and to make sure we beautify our city and protect our soil from microplastics, all the things that we see when we think about pollution. And lastly, want to, yes, I was also honored to join La Russell, Pinole Valley High School. It happened in the morning, and Mayor Pro Tem kind of told the public about who that artist is, but I met him in the hallway. We both walked in together in the auditorium in Pinole Valley High School, and it really made my heart happy to see how much joy that brought our students in Pinole. They just went crazy when they saw him, and the fact that he took time to be out here in our city to film a video with them and make them proud to be Pinole residents, be Bay Area residents. I mean, the song is called "I'm from the Bay," and that really makes folks proud to be from this area. I'm just appreciative of leadership, of folks who put in the work to just coordinate that, but also La Russell and his team as well. So those are my updates, and I think for the Caltrans grant, I think the acting city manager might be able to expand on that a little bit more too. Thank you.
Great, council members. I thank you. Councilmember Toms, please go ahead.
Thank you for the time. Last week, I attended the Cal Cities legislative platform, and there were 4 of our Bay Area or East Bay area senators in attendance. Senator Arreguín, who is our representative, Senator Wahab from the South Bay, Senator Glazier, or excuse me, Grayson, thank you. I can't read my own notes. Senator Grayson from the Concord area and Senator McNerney from the Far East area. They all talked about their legislative, their interests in various bills that they would like to see passed and that they have authored and that they're working with their other senators with, including housing, wildlife, land fire, safety issues, and homelessness. And of course, the state budget was a big discussion. This morning, I had an opportunity to attend Stewart Elementary School in the Read Across America program, which is a whole week, the first week in March, and was able to both read to the students and then talk about city council with the students. And then I do want to reiterate what Council Member Martinez-Rubin noted, is that I'm an alternate for a number of committees, and I some of the committee meetings I do attend anyway, regardless, but some of them I don't. And when I get a call after a meeting has started and there's no quorum and I had no idea that I was needed, it really is not an efficient way for us to do business. So I would just remind folks that if they're not able to attend a meeting and you have an alternate, or you're not able to stay for a whole meeting, please reach out to your alternate. So that's the end of my report. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Toms. Okay, so we'll move on to item 7D, council request for future agenda items. So we'll start with Councilmember Toms. Councilmember Sasai?
None for me, Mayor.
None. I'm going to bring one up as a future agenda item, and I know that we've talked about this in the past, but back, about 5 years ago, we had our strategic planning process. I know that we've had a lot of work in our retreat, and a lot of that work came out in a memo to council. And so I want to put a future agenda item to talk about strategic planning again. I think it served us well back when we had done it, I think it was about 2021 or 2020. It was a while ago, but I do think that it's valuable in how we communicate to our community. So I'd like to see the strategic plan come back as a discussion item for a future agenda.
I'll second that.
Okay. City Clerk?
Mayor Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
Yes.
Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Sasai, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tate, for your patience. This is something that I've spoken to City Attorney about for actually a few years, but I wanted to request a council-level presentation on cultural conservation easements. And for folks who don't know what that is, it's a voluntary legally binding agreement that permanently protects Native American cultural resources and sacred sites on land and provides a way for cities to really give land back to Native Americans in perpetuity. And so I think it's really important, just the fact that we have to go beyond just a land acknowledgement. So we'd love the council's consideration for that item.
Okay. We have motion second.
I'll second that.
Okay. We have a motion, Councilmember Sasai, second, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Okay. Mayor Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
Yes.
Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
The motion carries. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no other future agenda items, we can move on to item 7D, City Manager Report, Acting City Manager Chief Clue.
Thank you, Mayor Tave. Good evening. I have a couple of updates I wanted to share. The first is that the city's communication department successfully completed work to bring the City of Pinole's website into compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, which is required by the World Wide Web Consortium. So it's quite an accomplishment. On February 26, some pavement repairs were conducted on Zoe Court and Ramey Court. Additionally, a compaction test and pavement repairs were completed on the damaged sections of Pinion Avenue at Hutchinson Court. That damage was caused by a breakage in the water line during a shoring and replacement of the adjacent sewer line. So a couple of updates. This week, roof repairs have begun on the public safety building to replace an aging roof from 1998. This capital improvement project is funded through Measure S, the Growth Impact Fund, and the Public Facilities Fund as part of a citywide roof repair and replacement program. There are impacts to pedestrian and vehicular traffic along Tennant Avenue and especially along Plum Street, so we're just asking everyone to be very careful in those areas. And then lastly, as Councilmember Sasai mentioned, the city was recently notified that they received a grant of almost $300,000 from the Community Cleanup and Employment Pathway Grant Program. And so the city's project is focused on site preparation as the first phase for the Creekside Park, and that will include removing trash, debris, invasive plants, as well as installing some public improvements such as tri-stream receptacles, benches, picnic tables, an information board, art and monument signs. So these efforts will be carried out by both the Community Development Department and the Public Works Department. And project partners include Friends of the Pinole Creek Watershed, Pinole Valley High School Earth Team, Civic Corps, the Pinole Creek Unhoused Stewards Cohort of Safe Organized Spaces Richmond, and the Nations of Lezjan Tribe. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Acting City Manager. So we'll move on to 7F, City Attorney Report.
Thank you, Mayor Tave. Just a brief update in some information on the elected mayor ballot measure. So I did want to just alert the public that for those who are interested in submitting an argument for and or against the measure, those can be submitted to the city clerk's office by 5 p.m. on March 18th. Any rebuttal arguments would need to be submitted to the clerk's office by 5 p.m. on March 23rd. And I also wanted to clarify, based on some questions from public comment, the council approved a salary for the elected mayor that would be consistent with the compensation for all council members, and the term for the elected mayor would also be consistent with that of other council members. Any additional questions about the ballot measure, please feel free to direct those to myself or the city clerk's office as it relates to those arguments in favor and against and the rebuttal arguments. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, City Attorney. Cashier.
Mr. Mayor, I was going to request that we take item 8A5 first.
Right, yeah, no, that, I was just going to say that. Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to item 8, recognitions, presentations, community events. We're going to take item 8A5, honoring Fire Chief Louis Bouchard upon his retirement. So the council will join me in reading the proclamation. And I'm going to need these. Okay. All right, honoring Fire Chief Louis Bouchard upon his retirement as Contra Costa County Fire Protection District's fire chief. Whereas Fire Chief Louis Bouchard has a fire service career spanning over 30 years. And whereas his experience includes positions and responsibilities in emergency operations, fire prevention, administration, and executive leadership, and promoted through the ranks of the Contra Costa County Fire Protection District, and was appointed fire chief on April 1st, 2019. And
whereas during his tenure as fire chief, Contra Costa County Fire expanded the delivery of 911 emergency ambulance services, increased wildland fire programs and resources to include a firefighting helicopter, a Type 2 hand crew, staffed bulldozer, a county-wide fire safe coordinator, opened a dedicated camp for the hand crew, and implemented a county-wide wildland fuel mitigation program. And
whereas the fire district completed 2 annexations and 1 contract for service to consolidate fire, rescue, EMS, and fire prevention services in the East Contra Costa Fire Protection District, Rodeo Hercules Fire Protection District, and the City of Pinole. And
Whereas Chief Burchard holds a Bachelor of Science in Managerial Economics from UC Davis, a Master of Business Administration from John F. Kennedy University, and he is a California State Association of Counties credentialed county executive, and
Whereas he has also been certified by the Office of the State Fire Marshal as a fire prevention officer, and chief officer. And whereas Chief Burchard has been married for over 28 years and is the father of twin 21-year-old sons.
Now, therefore, I, Anthony Tave, Mayor of the City of Pinole, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, commend Fire Chief Louis Burchard for his exemplary service and wish him the best in his retirement.
Mr. Mayor, council members, Chief Clowen, and city staff, and our members from Con Fire in the back. This means a lot to me. Thank you very much. None of this is possible without relationships, without hard work and effort, and without an entire organization filled with very motivated professionals who seek every day to make things better. And it has been almost 3 years. We're probably within a week or two, I think, of our 3-year anniversary serving the citizens and residents of Pinole directly. And I'm very happy about that. Time flies, and I think it flies because things are going well and that partnership is working. And I appreciate the trust that you have placed in me and the residents have placed in me, as well as all of our men and women of the fire service here at Con Fire. So I've been very fortunate to be in a position to make some changes that I think have been positive, but it's all been because of the team that works here at Con Fire. So nothing gets done by one person. We never work alone. I describe the fire service as a team sport. Engine companies, 3 people, truck companies, 4 people, just nobody works alone. So that carries through in everything that we do, and I'm so pleased and honored to have been a part of making some positive change in Contra Costa County and hopefully for the city of Pinole, and look forward to many more years of service by Con Fire to the residents of Pinole. Thank you very much.
Right. Chief Burchard, we'd like to present you with the proclamation and maybe take a photo as well.
Great. Can I invite some friends from the back?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Right. All right, so we'll bring it back to council. Any comments? Any well wishes? Chief Burchard, you'll be missed. Thank you. As you mentioned, relationships. All right. Council, you have any comments for the record?
Well, stay healthy and enjoy retirement, and continue to see you around town, I suppose, or in the county. Thank you all, and your approachability during this time and during the transition that we have between chiefs. Appreciate it very much.
And thank you for your leadership. You've been nothing but collaborative and just an incredible partner with the county and our city. And so you'll be missed, but very, very happy to see you go into this next season of your life too. And go Aggies.
Chief, thank you so much for coming into the council chambers for us to be able to be honored enough to give you a proclamation. You have truly taught me so much about leadership. And I'm so grateful for you. And I wish you nothing but the best retirement. And hopefully you never have to see us in this council chambers again. But I know if you do, you'll always be a helping hand in so many ways. So thank you so much for your leadership. I am so grateful for you.
Yeah, and I want to just recognize that, the collaboration didn't just start 3 years ago or prior to that. It was back in 2016 when we looked at sharing the administrative staff between Pinole, Rodeo, Hercules, and county. Really, that covers battalion area. And I want to just recognize all of the work that you've done in Pinole, but then I've seen the other side of you on your day job, on your county, and seeing what an asset you have been county-wide. So I appreciate that, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you. Thank you again. All right. We'll see you. We'll see you, Chief. Okay, everyone. We'll move on to the next proclamation, Prescription Drug Abuse Awareness Month. So I'll get us started. Prescription Drug Abuse Awareness Month, March 2026. Whereas Senate Concurrent Resolution 8 passed by the legislature in 2013 designated March as Prescription Drug Awareness Month and encourages individuals to spread the word one pill can kill, and
whereas this designation allows us to raise awareness about America's prescription drug abuse epidemic through education and community awareness events and actions. And whereas in California, opioid overdose deaths and prescription medication misuse continue to impact families, communities, and healthcare systems, highlighting the importance of education and prevention effort. And
whereas in 2023, Contra Costa County reported there were 447,583 opioid prescriptions given to patients, which at an age-adjusted rate of 313.9 per 1,000 residents, higher than the state rate of 345.62. And
whereas in 2024, a total of 17,083 emergency department visits occurred in California that were related to an opioid overdose, and 332 of those visits occurred in Contra Costa County. And whereas according to the Centers for Disease Control, 105,007 drug overdose deaths occurred nationally in 2023. 80,000 were from opioids, 76%, and 183 of those opioid-related overdose deaths occurred in Contra Costa County. And
whereas promoting awareness, education, and responsible behaviors regarding prescription medication strengthens the health, safety, and well-being of all Pinole residents.
Now, therefore, I, Anthony Tave, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim March 2026 as Prescription Drug Abuse Awareness Month, and encourage all citizens to use prescription medications safely, store them responsibly, and dispose of unused medications at local pharmacies. Right. Okay, everyone. Okay, we'll move to the next proclamation, Multiple Myeloma Awareness Month, March 2026. Whereas multiple myeloma or myeloma is a cancer of plasma cells in the bone marrow and is called multiple because it can occur at various sites in the body, and whereas multiple myeloma causes a variety of adverse health effects, including a weakened immune system, anemia, kidney damage, and bone deterioration. And
whereas multiple myeloma affects approximately 35,000 to 36,000 new cases in the United States annually, and globally, it is estimated at 188,000 new cases per year. And
whereas this disease is most common in men and individuals between the ages of 40 and 70, and is more prevalent in African American individuals compared to other racial groups. And
whereas although a cure has not been developed, great strides have been made in the development of the new innovative treatments to effectively manage the disease, leading to remission and improved quality of life in many patients. And
whereas Multiple Myeloma Awareness Month is an opportunity to provide further education so that new cases can be more readily detected and promptly treated, improving health outcomes and bringing comfort to patients and their families.
now, therefore, I, Anthony Tave, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim March 2026 as Multiple Myeloma Awareness Month and encourage all Pinole citizens to observe this month by raising awareness and educating yourselves and others. Right. Okay, so we'll move on to Development Disabilities Awareness Month, March 2026. Whereas Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month is an annual event that takes place in March and spreads awareness about developmental disabilities. And
whereas Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month traces its origins back to 1987 when President Ronald Reagan officially declared the observance. And
whereas every March, the National Association of Councils on Developmental Disabilities and its partners collaborate to lead Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. The annual campaign highlights how people with and without disabilities come together to form strong communities. And
whereas since then, organizations, advocates, and communities have come together annually to promote understanding, inclusion, and the rights of individuals with developmental disabilities, aiming for a more inclusive society. And
whereas everyone, regardless of their abilities, has the right to be respected, embraced, and provided with opportunities to thrive. Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month serves as a profound reminder of these principles, emphasizing the value, rights, and aspirations of those with developmental disabilities.
now, therefore, I, Anthony Tave, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the City of Pinole, proudly recognize March 2026 as Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month and encourage all citizens to recognize the importance of the inclusion of people with developmental disabilities in all areas of society. Okay. Thank you, everyone. And we'll be moving on to American Red Cross Month, March 2026. Whereas March is American Red Cross Month, when we recognize the compassion of people and renew our commitment to lend a helping hand to our neighbors in need. And whereas American Red Cross volunteers have stepped up to deliver relief and care across our county and around the world, bringing out the best of humanity in times of crisis, as Clara Barton, founder of the American Red Cross, did over 140 years ago. And
whereas the volunteers, blood donors, and supporters shine a beacon of hope in people's darkest hours, delivering shelter, food, and comfort during disasters, providing critical blood donations for hospital patients, supporting service members, veterans, and their families, saving lives with first aid, CPR, AED, and other skills, or delivering international aid in reconnecting loved ones separated by global crises. And
whereas with the 1,148 volunteers in Contra Costa County, the American Red Cross assisted or responded to 101 disasters, assisting 190 families, and through our Sound the Alarm program, the American Red Cross installed 778 smoke alarms, making 241 homes safer, and trained 425 students through the youth preparedness programs. And
whereas Contra Costa County residents donated 18,299 units of life-saving blood, hosted 530 blood drives, and trained 12,164 citizens in first aid, CPR, AED, and aquatics, and provided 463 case services to military members and their families, and provided humanitarian aid internationally. And
whereas this work to uplift our community is made possible by those who selflessly answer the call to help whenever and wherever it is needed. We hereby recognize this month of March in honor of their remarkable service, and we ask everyone to join in their commitment to care for one another.
Now, therefore, I, Anthony Tave, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, proclaim March 2026 as American Red Cross Month in the City of Pinole, dedicating the month of March to all those who support the American Red Cross mission to prevent and alleviate human suffering in the face of emergencies and encourage all citizens to support its humanitarian mission. Right? I don't think we had anybody to receive these proclamations, so
No, and the representative from the American Red Cross will come at another time. They had a conflict today.
great. Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please.
On the Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month, if possible, I'd like to present that to Vistability at the George Miller West. They serve many Pinole residents in the nursery, after-school program, and adult programs.
That's amazing. Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Toms. Yeah, we'll make sure you get that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we got through item 8A. Moving on to item 8B, our presentations, restrictions on oversized vehicles on San Pablo Avenue. Not sure who, City Attorney?
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Tave. Members of the council, staff and members of the public, Eric Kasher, City Attorney, we have a PowerPoint presentation that I will walk through, and this was also included in the agenda packet for those who have access to that. So we can go to the next slide. So this staff recommendation is just to receive the presentation on the regulations of trucks and of other oversized vehicles on San Pablo Avenue and provide feedback to staff on any further direction. Next slide. And so this information is presented at the request of the City Council, which was a request for a future agenda item directing staff to prepare this overview of the rules, regulations, and restrictions on oversized vehicles on San Pablo Avenue here in the City of Pinole. I should also mention there was a public comment by a planning commissioner, Jonathan Bender, who had some comments. I want to thank him for taking time to speak with me in advance of preparing these slides. He was able to receive feedback from him on some of the concerns that were raised, and so I wanted to thank him for taking the time to meet on that. Next slide. So just by way of background, San Pablo Avenue here in Pinole, also known as State Route 123, it runs through many East Bay cities and is a highway maintained in part by Caltrans. A portion of San Pablo Avenue runs through Pinole, is not part of State Route 123, making that particular portion a city right-of-way. And given that the right-of-way has portions, so San Pablo Avenue has portions that are both within the Caltrans jurisdiction and the City of Pinole, there would be the need for multiple agencies to kind of weigh in and consult with any changes to any restrictions that are placed on oversized vehicles through that corridor. Next slide. This is a graph to show the different types of oversized vehicles: light duty, heavy duty, medium duty, and heavy duty. This is a graphic that was provided by our Public Works Director, El Gundy, and it's prepared by Safe Streets. This is something that's available online. The last data source that they pulled was from 2023, where they were able to note that there were 318 medium and heavy duty trucks on San Pablo Avenue on average daily. So that was the most recent data that was drawn on. That doesn't speak to the time that trucks are traversing that area, but that's just the daily usage based on 2023 statistics. Next slide. So a little bit about the restrictions that are already in place in the city. So our municipal code already has a section Chapter 10.48, which places restrictions on the use of all city streets, but it also establishes truck routes that were adopted by resolution of the City Council, and it prescribes routes that oversized vehicles and trucks can traverse through the city of Pinole. It also allows for trucks to leave the dedicated truck routes and use alternate routes in other streets when making pickups and deliveries and under other very limited circumstances. Next slide. San Pablo Avenue is an established truck route along with Pinole Valley Road, Appian Way, and Tennant Avenue. I'll show the next slide, which has those routes on a map. The truck route permits the use of San Pablo Avenue by oversized vehicles, and it provides commercial vehicle drivers with a guide for those permitted roads within the city of Pinole. Failure to use those established truck routes could result in citations for oversized vehicles and kind of misuse of unapproved roadways. Next slide. So this is very hard to see, but I'm going to describe it for you. So this is a map of the city, and these are the truck routes that are that have been designated by the City Council here in Pinole. So if you can see the blue lines that run through, the blue line kind of to the top left-hand portion of the map, that's San Pablo Avenue, kind of running through the city. And then there's also the blue line that runs through the middle, which is Appian Way. Those are the two dedicated truck routes that were established by resolution of the City Council. It's a little harder to see, but kind of towards the red kind of boundary, that's just the city limits, the red lines that go all the way around. There's a pink line that runs through, and that's along Pinole Valley Road. That pink line is to denote that there's a 3-ton prohibition on trucks that traverse that particular route. So it's really San Pablo Avenue, it's Appian Way, and then Pinole Valley Road, which has that tonnage restriction that's been placed. And that, again, was the truck routes established by the City Council and approved by resolution. Next slide. Wanted to discuss briefly the regional kind of impact of regulations. So San Pablo Avenue obviously it's an established truck route, but it's contiguous, right? So the street goes through the city of Pinole, connects in Hercules and other areas of Contra Costa County. So these truck routes that are established by the city, they are shared regionally, and they are kind of incorporated into planning for commercial vehicle, operators and businesses, so that to be able to get through the area. So as mentioned before, any restrictions and further regulation would involve other agencies, just to have a level of coordination so that there's continuity throughout the designated routes. And so I just wanted to illustrate that point. The city of Hercules, we weren't able to get their dedicated truck routes, but I'm pretty sure it connects on where San Pablo connects into the Hercules city limit, and there's kind of a truck route system, if you will, through the region that operators are familiar with. Next slide. Wanted to talk a little bit about state law. So the vehicle code, section 21101C, provides that local agencies may prohibit the use of certain classes of vehicles from using particular highways, and it requires Department of Transportation approval. And so the ordinance that the city has adopted establishing the truck routes in the city of Pinole, our prohibition of oversized vehicles in residential areas, for example, that's all permissive and permitted under this section of the vehicle code and state law. The second section referenced there just denotes that if there were any change to our existing truck routes or any further restrictions on oversized vehicles, it would require the approval of the Department of Transportation, and essentially we would kind of adopt regulations here locally, submit those to the Department of Transportation for approval, and they would have the ability to inform that process, provide feedback, and they would ultimately need to approve any restrictions that we put in place. Next slide. So this is just this slide provides an example of the standards that would apply and some of the information that we would need to consult in order to essentially adopt further regulations. So we would want to do a study to better understand the impact that any restrictions would have on designated truck routes in the region. An investigation of designated alternate routes should be made with attention to geometrics, increase in distance of travel, and comparison in time travel. So these are all looking to commercial operators and their reliance on the existing routes and how this would impact other uses. When considering roads, they have to be the types of roads that can withstand those types of loads and those types of the size vehicles. So things like railroad grade crossings will impact the types of roads that can be used. There's a number of different things that would be consulted. All of this would be looked at by a consultant who would essentially develop a report around something like this. Next slide. So relevant case law, in addition to kind of our local ordinance and then state statutory law, there's also a few cases that have come down that provide some further direction and guidance on the types of restrictions that cities may place on oversized vehicles. And so there's two cases that I've noted here: California Dump Truck Owners Association versus the City of Davis. In that case, there was a group of dump truck owners who challenged a city ordinance that restricted oversized vehicles on certain streets. That really established the rule that local restrictions must be based on a safety concern or a size weight restriction. So it's not enough to just want to have a change. There needs to be some sort of a basis for that, most of which would rely on a safety concern. So that kind of establishes the safety concern standard under case law. And then there's another case, the Skyline Materials versus City of Belmont. In that situation, there was a concrete supplier challenged the city ordinance limiting certain industrial vehicles. And that's the rule that came from that case, is that restrictions cannot be arbitrary, unreasonable, or confiscatory. So you can't kind of take away a business's ability to conduct their business, essentially. So any restrictions that we would look to pursue, we would obviously be informed by state statutory law, and then also the case law that we have that kind of governs this area of city restrictions. Next slide. And just to be even more thorough about the law, we have some other examples here locally. So the city of San Leandro, for example, they had a situation recently where they attempted to prohibit trucks from using certain city streets. They adopted an ordinance. The ordinance was challenged. They basically kind of lost that challenge as well. But I wanted to give these two examples because these are actually two local cities that adopted some prohibitions on oversized vehicles. The city of Lafayette, they attempted to shut down a road and only allow trucks to use those roads who had established a need for the road. The city reason for closure was because the road was no longer needed. The First District Court of Appeals held that it was not within the scope of the city's police power to close a particular road to use by oversized vehicles. So again, just giving some examples of the type of law and kind of the complexity around these types of restrictions. Anything that we would do, we'd obviously need to be in compliance with these different areas of law, and I would obviously advise on those. Next slide. So just teeing up some considerations for the city council. If we were to move forward establishing restrictions on oversized vehicles, there would be a substantial record of findings that would need to be made and established in order to kind of move forward with something like this. As mentioned, we have truck routes that are established, and if we were to move those and develop alternate truck routes, those would need to be established by ordinance. Obviously the ordinance process for a second read, and with the added element of needing to be approved by the Department of Transportation. And then third, another option would be, restricting truck traffic. Staff can also work with identifying the source of trucks causing complaints and attempt to work with the company or operator on a solution. Just anecdotally, some of the feedback that I received, there was concern around oversized vehicles on San Pablo Avenue. They cause a lot of noise. Sometimes that's related to the speed that they are traveling. So when they're traveling at a high rate of speed and there's bumps, that causes noise. Some of it also deals with the time that oversized vehicles are traversing San Pablo Avenue. So if they're coming across that area in the middle of the night and making noise, that's obviously disrupting kind of residential properties in that area. So trying to identify the source of some of those issues, some of it's enforcement maybe, but also identifying, maybe placing restrictions on when those vehicles can travel the San Pablo Avenue. That's just another idea. Next slide. And so next steps would be for the council to discuss and provide any direction to staff. This is really just a presentation. It's not an action item, but staff is happy to receive feedback from the council and move forward with any direction that you all would like to provide. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so we'll bring it to council for questions. Councilmember Sasai.
Thank you, Mayor Tave, and thanks, City Attorney, for your presentation here, and glad this is coming back to council. First question I have is on slide 10, there was bullet point you put here about the ordinance or resolution that our city council may adopt should be submitted to the Department of Transportation in complete draft form for approval. So it would take the city council approving it and Caltrans to approve the application as well.
That's correct.
Do you have a sense of just historically, is Caltrans very strict about the requirements for the application? Have you seen some that are successful, some that are not? And maybe have you spoken to folks from City of San Leandro to see how that process went for them as well?
Yeah, so I don't have any direct insight into the process with Caltrans, but one thing that I'll just note, there's a lot of things going on San Pablo Avenue. So we currently have the bridge renovation project. I know that there's an effort to make that corridor kind of a complete street. I don't know how this might impact that, but Caltrans has kind of their vision for the corridor. So it would obviously, any restrictions or direction would need to be kind of married with what they're hoping to achieve regionally, I think, with that. But I don't have any specifics as to the timing, but we work with Caltrans on many of projects, and yeah, they would move this along. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. On the next slide, too, you mentioned that the city needs to establish that a safety concern exists. And so can you clarify which department in our city would work to do that? Or if not staff, would it be a consultant that would have to do a study that we would have to retain?
Yeah, so typically there would, in order to establish, so we would need to make findings, and that would often involve doing some traffic studies for that area. If it's the type of area where there's a high rate of accidents, for example, involving oversized vehicles, those would be the types of facts that would support placing restrictions on them in that area. There might be other, so it's those types of things. It would be a traffic study, usually done by a consultant. It's not something that staff would typically be able to do just without a consultant.
Gotcha. As we look into the potential considerations on moving forward with this, has staff or you reached out to any of the companies that use heavy-duty trucks to see whether they may or may not be receptive to changing their routes, or is that outreach that has not yet been done?
I have not. I don't think staff has yet. I did have a conversation with a resident who expressed concern about vehicles that were coming through the middle of the night. So that was one from my perspective that would be interesting to understand kind of why trucks were traveling through, at 3 a.m. type of thing. So it's certainly something that we could pursue. I have not had any conversations directly yet with any, and I'm not sure who the commercial operators are in the area.
Right, and that'd be part of the challenge too, is even identifying which companies are using trucks at strange times of the night, and who usually uses that route the most as well. Correct. Yeah. Those are my questions. Thanks, Mayor.
Are there any other questions?
No, Mayor.
No questions?
The ordinance that are in place now, I'm thinking, well, I don't know the date when they were adopted, but I'm imagining that circumstances have changed since they were adopted. And the emphasis on oversized vehicles, to me, is different than the volume of vehicles and the cumulative weight of those vehicles on our streets, as well as the noise impacts. And I am thinking that we probably have if not findings about safety, certainly findings about health impacts in developed areas, residential developed areas. So minimally, how would it serve to, if there were, well, I'm going to be optimistic because I am going to support having staff take a look at least in having certain operators contacted and communications about what solutions they might have. The circumstances that have changed include the delivery trucks. You want to leave it to questions, so.
Yeah, questions.
Yeah.
And we'll get back to comments, but
Okay.
yeah.
I will leave it there because I have more comments than I do have questions. Thank you.
Absolutely. Councilmember Thompson. Okay, so I just had one. Was there consideration, or is there given more consideration to ordinances like this if the road was actually designed for trucks? And as we establish these pathways for trucks, are we establishing pathways that are specifically designed for like heavy duty? What I don't want to do is get in a situation where we're damaging the roads by establishing a pathway that may not be meant for it. So I guess my question is, when we apply for these type of ordinances, does Caltrans take that into consideration?
Yeah, yes. And so that was, I think one of the slides talks about the various standards that would apply. So the Caltrans manual for uniform traffic control devices,
Right.
I think that's what it's referring to with like geometrics. And so it does look at the type of road, and it has to be able to support that size of a vehicle.
Okay.
And I think going back to Councilmember Martinez Rubin's point, the ordinance was adopted in 1988. That's when the truck route ordinance, our ordinance, was adopted. There are varying sizes of trucks, in whether it's Amazon delivery trucks or the types of oversized vehicles that are traveling our roads probably are different now. But it's really intended to, be on a state like, a road the size of San Pablo Avenue, not kind of going through residential streets, for example, which
Right.
are narrow and wouldn't have the capacity to
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, those are my questions. I just had one. I guess we can go to public comment if City Clerk.
Yes, we have Anthony Vosbrink online.
Mr. Vosbrink, you might be on mute.
Hello, can you hear
There
me?
we go. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm not sure if this is part of the ordinance, but maybe it could or should be. But you haven't discussed, I don't think, or addressed the ongoing issues or situations with oversized trucks. We're talking about like 38, 40-foot, 48-foot giant trailers parking on our public streets overnight from the late afternoon, early evening through the next morning. Case in point, right in front of a busy intersection and schoolyard, which is a public health and safety issue at Collins and on Henry Street against Collins Elementary School sidewalk there. And it's usually a big 48-foot red tractor trailer. The guy wants to camp overnight there almost every night, and it obstructs traffic view, and it's not good for maybe children early in the morning. I don't know when they leave. And then also on the turnabouts and the bowling alley parking lot, there are tractor trailers that park and use that as an overnight pit stop. Granted, it's maybe Caltrans or private property they're parking on, but shouldn't that be like an emergency cutout at the on-ramps and off-ramps there for our public use or other people, rather than have trailers permanently parked there overnight rather than someplace else? And then up along Fitzgerald Drive and in the back parking lots of commercial properties along Fitzgerald Drive as well as in front of the Red Onion hamburger stand over there on Pinole Valley Road. Cisco Food Service Company, almost every week, if not every other week, they pull up with their giant 30-something foot big box van or trailer, and they take up half the...
Mr. Vosbrink, you have 45 seconds.
They take up half the 2-lane road there, and all they have to do is pull up in an emergency lane just past the creek bridge and near the bus stop and pull over to the side cutout. But no, and they're allowed by the police department and the city of Pinole, and there's no parking signs up and down that street, and he parks there for like half an hour sometime, unloading food service goods to Red Onion there in the Pinole, by the Pinole High School. So I think those items should be discussed and addressed as part of the ordinance in Pinole and for the public health and safety of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Are there any other speakers?
That concludes public comment.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to Council. Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, any comments?
Thank you. I'm laughing at myself because I veer off from the questions and go into comments. So my comments essentially are, if this ordinance was passed in 1988, and since then there have been changes in the volume of traffic, as well as the types of trucks, that it's worthwhile for city staff to take a look at what possible solutions there may be, including the companies that those trucks belong to. Some are going to be local businesses. Coincidentally, I had a conversation with someone from a small business on San Pablo Avenue who actually named the company out of which she has seen trucks go by at very, very early in the morning, probably around dawn, on their way to Highway 4 or I-80 from San Pablo. But aside from that, I'm thinking about the noise effects and possibly other health-related effects because of the presence of heavy trucks. Not only heavy. I mean, I think I'm seeing that there is a dependence on weight to define the approach that would be taken, but also the cumulative effect of trucks, whose weight in combination could potentially have. I'm gonna change that, not potentially, but actually has an effect on people's quality of life. And I would ask that staff take a look at that very component of life in Pinole, the effects of quality of life, and how that is defined, because if we strictly look at the business impacts, I can foresee that that the solutions are going to be very, very limited, because I would favor the economy, not to, we are interested in a favorable economy, but I think we're also interested in the effects of living on a very busy street designated as an arterial by the county. And if we have to speak to the different entities involved in this, so be it. It happens to be that we are surrounded by different cities and jurisdictions that also, I think, would find it worthwhile to see that we are interested enough to have an inquiry about current driving practices, speeding being one of those, and the delivery of services being another, that though they have favorable economic impacts, they also disfavor in other ways, including sleeping, which is increasingly important and recognized as important. And we've got people who are relying on uninterrupted sleep because they also have to go out and do their work and be part of the economy. So I can anticipate that there may be different kinds of points that can be made about taking into consideration the effects of these trucks on a very busy road where residents are on both sides of it, really. So,
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Rubin. Were there any other comments, questions, direction to staff? Councilmember Sasai, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Before launching the comments, just want to ask one question, City Attorney. So there's 3 considerations that you've laid out, but would like to know what is your recommendation at this time, if any?
So there isn't a staff recommendation, really open to the council. I think from a practical standpoint, we are happy. I think it makes sense to contact some of the commercial operators just to understand who they are when they're using San Pablo Avenue, and in particular those who are operating through the late night hours. I think that would be helpful. If there's an appetite for it, we could certainly look into a consultant-led study, just the cost associated with that, what it would include, looking at, just updating the ordinance since it hasn't been updated since 1988. Maybe there's some recommendations that a study would, suggest other routes, maybe more kind of environmentally friendly kind of restrictions that we could put in place, time restrictions, things like that. But we could look into that and provide some associated with that and what that might look like.
Okay.
Thank you. Just a few comments as well. So I brought this up a few years ago, brought it up again because of residents who came forward through written correspondence. I think there was a sort of a petition that was submitted through written correspondence there and expressed their dissatisfaction with oversized vehicles. So I just want to thank you, City Attorney, for laying out the feedback that you received from residents. And I think Councilor Martinez Rubin went over a few of it. Noise, people who live in homes, and the older homes in Old Town District also reported their houses actually physically shake at like weird times of the night as well. So I want to acknowledge that. Road quality is also an issue. These are heavy vehicles, and they're already, through just their regular daily travel, just making our road quality worse in that truck route. And also safety is one that I want to outline and uplift that folks have came forward to me about, which is we have senior housing, we have veterans housing, we have a school all along San Pablo Avenue, and so oversized vehicles threaten the safety of people who live and work along San Pablo Avenue. I remember when I was a kid, my mom used to work in one of the office spaces along San Pablo Avenue, and there was a huge wreck of an oversized vehicle that had struck a pedestrian, and the entirety of San Pablo Avenue was closed off by Appian Way. And one of the U.S. Postal Service workers came to her office in tears because she had witnessed it. And it was incredibly graphic. And so those things we have to take consideration in terms of safety. Those are not just regular cars. Those are really incredibly heavy vehicles. So with all that being said, I think it's important that we acknowledge the issue, that we try to take steps forward. I think you've outlined some steps forward, City Attorney. So I'd love to move that the council direct staff to identify and engage companies operating oversized vehicles along the current truck route to solicit feedback regarding their willingness and capacity to adjust their routes and to report back to council with a summary of findings and recommendations for further consideration and direction.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Sasai, second by Councilmember Martinez Rubin, and then I know that we had a comment from Councilmember Toms.
Yeah, I would just, I would be curious on weight limits. There's background that talks about the different classes and what weight limits are, and examples of where we can do weight limits within the area. I'm sure that there's other truck routes that, for instance, don't allow the class 11, 12, and 13. Is that something that we can take a look at as well?
Okay, thank you for comment, Councilmember Toms. If we can have roll call vote.
Oh, Mayor, I just have one comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Thank you so much. And I just want to say I support the motion as is. I did, on slide where it says regional routes, there's just a note about the need for coordination with other agencies. So I wanted to make sure staff is prepared also to communicate with City of Hercules and City of San Pablo. I know this presentation was a good presentation, but I do feel like I would like to hear some of the similar, to hear if the cities of Hercules and San Pablo are dealing with those issues as well, and perhaps this can be a better coordinated approach. But I will be supporting the motion. I just want to make sure our staff is doing that work.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. City Clerk, please.
Mayor Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai?
Yes.
Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you to City Attorney Casher for the presentation. We'll move on to item 9, consent calendar. So we'd be looking for a motion to approve the consent calendar, but I think we're looking for public comment first.
Just checking. There are no public comments.
Okay, so we'll bring it to council. Is there any items to be pulled, or can we get a motion to approve the consent?
Just want to pull 9F for a quick comment, if that's possible, Mayor.
Okay, 9F. Is there any others? Okay, seeing none, if you wanted to, Councilmember Society, maybe make that comment. We'll see if we can get one motion to approve all.
Thank you. Just a quick comment. I know the first read of this ordinance was pretty quick, but I just want to thank Mayor Tate for introducing this. And then even today, commuted back from Sacramento for work and did not get here until about around 5:30 or so. So, this is an ordinance that I think will help make access to participation more equitable, not just for folks in the council who are working people, but also for participants who may want to participate at the very start of the meeting, leave public comment, but can't get here in time because they have work that ends right at 5 p.m. So I want to thank you for that, and happy to support the ordinance. And I'll make a motion for approval of the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Okay, City Clerk?
Mayor Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai?
Yes.
Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and move on to item 10, public hearings. 10A, so we're going to be getting the presentation, City Attorney Casher, and then opening the public hearing, and then closing the public hearing.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Okay, so residential health and safety rental inspection program. All right, so we'll queue up the presentation. I believe it's Director Whalen and Jared Murty. Help me with that one. Oh, okay. Last name, how to pronounce? Jared Murty. Okay, thank you.
And we're on.
Okay, it looks like we're queued up.
Yeah, we'll do. I'm just setting up because I'll be showing some demonstrations of the inspection program.
Great.
And so getting
And good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Lily Whalen, your Community Development Director. And just letting you know that I am here in the background. Thank you so much for Jared and the team for taking this on while I'm on a family leave here, but I am here if any questions come up that need me.
Great. Thank you, Director Whalen.
Yeah, awesome. There we go. Sorry, this one snuck up on me a little bit. Alrighty. Well, City Council, City Managers, thank you so much for having me. Today we are providing what will be the final pre-launch presentation and resolution approval for the Health and Safety Inspection update that we've been working on. Next slide. So just for the agenda, we'll do a brief overview and refresher, give an update, then we'll look at the additional data points we'll be starting to gather, go through a brief live demonstration, look at the stakeholder engagement findings we have, then the specific administrative regulations we're looking at today, and end with the timeline. And as before, I've included the slides from our previous discussions. Next slide. So just again as an overview, so this city program was launched in 2006
with a dedicated program manager to conduct inspections, coordinate with tenants and rental operators, and manage the logistics. In 2008, due to the recession and cutbacks, the inspector was laid off, and since then the city has struggled to consistently and effectively operate the program. Recent efforts from the finance department, community development director, building official, and permitting team have created the necessary foundation to launch a program update that will optimize this system. So this is one we've had before. It's my elevator pitch. Program goals is to make the participation as convenient, cost-effective, and non-invasive as possible while delivering impactful data to policymakers, decision makers, and the public. Increase enrollment through user-friendly interface, inform policy with better data, and protect the community through public transparency and tracking and mitigating evictions, habitability shortcomings, and rental misconduct. Next slide. So progress so far with the enrollment and inspection programs. So the enrollment platform is ready to launch, and the inspection booking platform will be ready to launch by April 1st. The fees for the updated fees, affordable housing exemption, and early enrollment fee waiver have been determined by a study through ClearSource Financial, which is a provider that the city's used before, and we'll discuss them a bit more later, but it's all good to go there. For stakeholder engagement, we've discussed the program thoroughly with community stakeholders and incorporated their feedback into the program design. And then for data analytics, this backdrop here is a little preview of kind of what the system looks like. But as kind of an example of the useful information we have now access to develop, initial analysis has identified nearly 500 suspected rental properties operating without rental business licenses. So these are entities that the systems have identified that are likely rental units that do not actively have a rental license with the city. So these are properties that we can potentially bring into the fold of our inspection program and improve enforcement of the existing systems. Next slide. So just kind of continuing that analysis, again, some of the tools that we have through this new system, we see those suspected rental properties operating without business licenses, and then break them down by owner location. So are these people out of state? Are they, residents of Pinole? So these 4 columns, one is MSA, which I was told by our providers is basically like the greater Bay Area kind of thing, so neighboring counties. This section is in the city, others in the state, others out of state. So this is something not necessarily that is going to directly lead to, a policy that we present or something like that, but just the kind of very quick data analysis that we can start doing to really develop impactful policies for the city. And the thing to highlight is that this is information, a lot of it is publicly available already. It's just not easily accessible to the public. You have to ask, and there's 16 different sources, so now we're all able to compile them in a really convenient way. Next slide. So moving forward with this inventory piece of the program that we are launching this year. So this is just kind of an overview of the additional information that we'll be gathering. Again, we'll do a demo right after this. The name, address, and contact information for owners is another one of those publicly available sources, so this is more just kind of confirming them. Property information is pretty standard stuff, number of units, square footage, parking. We've noted some sustainability metrics that we're incorporating, so these are metrics that we've been recommended to do to track decarbonization patterns, but also help improve Pinole's ability to access grant funds. So it's heating systems, laundry systems, mainly looking at like converting gas appliances and stuff like that. Unit information, also pretty standard stuff. And then getting those kind of sustainability metrics more at a granular level there. And then for occupied units, we'll be looking at rent, lease terms, all these pieces that can be very helpful in us understanding the patterns and actual costs of living in Pinole for renters.
Make sure I hit all my notes here. Yeah, we're good. Next slide, please. Right, so our stakeholder engagement, the city reached out to renters, rental operators, tenants, advocacy groups, nonprofit developers, and neighboring municipalities. We conducted 30-minute one-on-one interviews with individuals about this program, the data gathered, and the potential benefits. We generally found, in regards to the inspection reforms, that rental operators, so landlords, property owners, are excited for improved efficiencies. They're interested in the self-certification model that we've discussed, and the better scheduling that can come out of this program. Generally, they are unbothered by the transparency. Our interviews found, that, Pinole landlords are good landlords. They're not looking to screw over their tenants. Many actually express concern for renters being exploited and are more than happy to share information. Tenants are excited for increased transparency and expanded outreach. We did anecdotally come across tenants who had no idea that their units were supposed to be inspected by the city every 3 years. So it'd be great to bring some of those in. And then another piece that I want to highlight as we continue these conversations is advocacy groups and neighboring municipalities highlighted the administrative efficiency that can come out of this, but they also wanted to caution that there's some limitation around tenant advocacy in the self-certification model that we're looking at. And we've kind of mentioned this before, that essentially a tenant may not feel safe reporting reporting on their landlord if they feel there will be negative repercussions. And so if we go with this self-certification model, where again, landlords will self-certify, we'll send the inspection report to the tenants, and they would then be able to address any discrepancies they see. We want to be sure that we do it in a way that makes folks feel safe to provide that information. And we want to make sure that whatever exemption we offer is partial, so that we are actually physically there looking at these units when the time comes. Regarding the inventory program, which is kind of the added data collection and eventually a public-facing site about it, rental operators found gathering the additional information will have minimal impact on their ability to operate. The harshest critique we got was that it will be a little annoying. When I asked for a 1 to 10, it just kind of stated a little annoying. So felt worth putting in there. Tenants felt the additional information would be extremely beneficial for renters, both in order to make informed decisions about their living situations and support themselves with their landlords. Municipalities highlighted the importance of simple data points and smooth implementation. Next slide. Okay, actually, pause. This is where I should be hopping on to give you guys a quick demonstration. So, here's the video. All right, so this should be coming up as our video. So this would be the title page that folks will encounter when they hop on this site. And they're creating an account, name, last name, email address, additional information if they like. Property selection, it has, every parcel number in the city already uploaded, so you can quickly find things. Add the unit numbers. Folks won't have to put unit 1, unit 2, and apologies that there is an audio for this. I didn't make the video. But yeah, as you can see, it's pretty easy to edit, delete things, move along. And so having these in here, then it moves on and populates the units in the later phase. Again, this laundry piece here is kind of some of the sustainability metrics, seeing if things are electric versus gas, and then being able to track changes in that as we impose different policies. So now we have a unit-based one, so we've got a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,200 square feet, electric heating, induction stovetop, and it's occupied. And they are only paying $1,200 a month, so this is a great little spot. This next part, I'm just gonna wait till we can see it a little better. So one of the pieces that folks have talked about, and I think people have talked about it here in council as well, is RUBS, Racial Utility Billing Systems. It's a mechanism that is primarily used just to more efficiently manage properties, but has raised flags among advocates as being a mechanism to overcharge tenants. You know, maybe the rent only went up 3%, but all of a sudden utilities went up $1,000, that kind of thing. So it's something that a lot of cities have moved to try and track. We wanted to create a system that did that in the clearest way possible. You know, folks might not even know what that term means. And so, sorry, just around utilities, we've kind of broken them down into the 3 or 4 categories that I can think of, which is it's something included in rent, it's something charged to the tenant by the property owner, it's something billed directly to the tenant by the provider, or it's under this ratio utility billing system. So to ground it in experience, me personally, waste management is included in my rent. In addition to my rent, I pay for my parking. And then my PG&E bill is directly billed to me through PG&E. And then RUBS is basically a system where it's almost like a black box system where you're given a fee, you might not know what's going on there. And so tracking those is an important way to make sure that we're understanding the actual costs of living in Pinole. So this system, you would then put in which one's electric, which one's gas. For the RUBS specifically, we'll ask people to provide roughly what they're charging their tenants. And then moving on. So we're moving on to the second unit here. Another great deal, it looks like. And yeah, so occupancy status, this program does not apply to manager occupied units or units that would be vacant long-term. So if it's just vacant, that's one thing, but if it's, you know, decommissioned or out of use for a few years, then it might not apply. So because this one is occupied by a tenant, this additional lease information is now being grabbed. And so here we see, oh, gas is $1,200. That seems a little high. That's not necessarily a criminal action. That's not something that's against any rules. But as a trend, it's something that we could then start to track. So moving on to property owner information, it's again pretty straightforward. And it's worth highlighting that the first time you do this, all these steps come into it, but you know, next year your unit's not going to grow a couple hundred square feet. So it should be pretty straightforward next year. There's another spot for property manager information, which is helpful for the city to have in emergency situations and even to connect existing residents to who's currently their point of contact. And after that, we have a review page, which I know we always look at thoroughly, and then move on to a payment system, which can all be done here. It will not cost $1.34, unfortunately, but that is the gist of it. Yeah. So I can relinquish sharing. Whoa. Alrighty, so that is the inventory program that we have now. And these are the 3 modifications that we are putting to council today. The official wordings are found in the staff report, but the summary is the affordable housing inspection exemption that we had discussed. This partially exempts affordable housing developments in order to reduce inefficiencies, support equitable housing, and minimize staff burden. Affordable units are regulated by their governing agencies, whether that's HUD or CTAC or whoever. They all have habitability standards that are comparable or sometimes higher than the city imposes. And so if we don't have to do those inspections ourselves, but can still verify that those units are in fact meeting our habitability standards, then it saves us time and resources. It makes it easier for affordable housing developments to operate. We will still do some inspections just to do some verification on our side. But yeah, we'll be exempting them from the program as at the discretion of our building official. The next one is to bring on a full-time residential health and safety inspector. Again, this is bringing back the manager originally baked into the program. And so adequately staffing the program for inspections, proactive outreach, and program management. And the last thing we're doing is the fee schedule update and early enrollment exemption. The goal is to implement the fee schedule recommended by the commissioned fee study, which includes an early enrollment exemption. The updated fees will ensure full cost recovery to the updated program, and the early enrollment exemption will smooth over the program implementation process. The updated fees will represent a 30% increase to cost and come out to $2 to $3 per month per unit. Next slide. So this is the 25-26 timeline that we presented last time. Not much has changed on it, but just wanted to kind of put that context into where we are at with the program launch and gradually bringing people on as their inspections come up and are due. Next slide. So looking on to 2026 and 2027, we are here in March looking at a platform launch next month. That will begin the early enrollment period. We'll be providing staff office hours to help folks out as needed. Come the later part of the year, we will hopefully have the full-time inspector brought on to kind of take over some of the management process and help get people enrolled better. We will be able to launch the public-facing data site that will kind of show folks what's going on in their neighborhoods and begin some non-compliant engagement campaign leading up to the end of 2026, where 2027 business licenses will require enrollment in the program. So rental operators won't be able to get their business license without being enrolled in the program. That will also be the time that I will be finishing up here in Pinole. That will be the end of the fellowship currently, so I'll be handing it off to our lovely new inspector person, whoever they may be. Second quarter will be continued non-compliance enforcement, gathering data. Third quarter, we'd love to be doing some analysis on the decarbonization work, begin some focus group follow-up now that we've had the program off the ground. And look at any revisions we need to make leading up to 2028. And there we begin it all again. Next slide. Thank you so much for your time. That is the information that I have for you.
Great. Thank you, Housing Fellow Murty. This was, I know we've been working on this for quite some time. I know there are probably questions before we open the public hearing. We'll start with Councilmember Toms.
Yes, thank you for the report. I have a couple of questions regarding the inventory program. Is there a staff that would be available to assist some of the property owners in filling that information out. You know, we might have seniors that have property that they're renting and are not comfortable with that.
Yeah. Yeah, so our plan is to have a dedicated in-person staff office hours once a week at least to kind of provide a face to the assistance. Beyond that, the provider that we have does offer over-the-phone assistance. But again, if folks aren't comfortable with that or would like to kind of have more of a face, we will be providing that, yes.
And that information is populated by the property owner, correct?
Correct.
Is there ever an ability for the renter to take a look at it and say, oh, no, this isn't true, they're not, you know, I'm having to pay my own garbage or whatever, just, you know, my own PG&E or, you know, these appliances don't work or whatever. So is there an ability for a renter to check it for accuracy?
Yes, so there, that is going to be part of the public-facing side of it, is that information will be accessible. Something we could explore is if there's information that isn't made public, if there's maybe a tier where if you demonstrate that you are the resident, you can have access to that. But again, another piece is we will be sending the inspection reports and could extend it to the annual enrollment forms to the residents upon their completion.
Okay, and then I think the last question I have is, you know, the other restricted units are monitored by the funder. Are you also going to be collecting data for that, just for the sake of having data, and then just, you know, note that they're exempted from fees and inspections?
Yes, so wherever possible, we will be asking for that. So for example, it varies by program and by agency, but where possible, the affordable housing developers will be sharing inspection reports either through their own self-inspections that they do or the regulating agencies. We run into some confidentiality limitations. So in instances, for example, with the Housing Authority, they will verify that a unit is actively enrolled with their program, but they won't be sharing the actual inspection reports. But we do know that they're inspecting it annually and that they're finding it compliant.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Toms. Any questions? Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, followed by Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation for the progress on this program. Question either to you or to Director Whalen, can you please review for us the source of funding for the inspector, for the rental inspections? And their salary and benefits are expected to be cost recovered? I just used that I just made a verb out of two nouns, which I
always use,
which I don't like to do. But please review for us the source of funding for the inspector's salary and benefits. Thank you.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Yes, you are correct. So the fees have been set, the proposed fees that if the council is so inclined to adopt tonight, would be set to fully recover for the cost of the program. So that includes not only the inspector's salary, benefits, and then also city overhead, and that has been provided to you in the staff report, but also the cost of the software platform has been included in the fee structure. And so there is no pull on the general fund at all. It's completely set to be cost recovery. And I know we do have our fee consultant online right now if there are any additional specific questions about that.
Thank you. This may lead to a question. Bear with me. So there are X number of rental units, X number of rental housing providers, and with and of that, a subset of inspections. So those fees would be derived from that subset of inspections. And over a 3-year period, that subset is going to be finite until the next cycle. So I was trying to picture the duration of the recurrent funding for an inspector to be on board for more than a 3-year cycle. So the question is, can we expect that this inspector's funding, salary and benefits be funded for as long as the program is in place, beyond one cycle of new inspections, which would be up to 3 years? Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. Yeah, good question. So yes, the answer is yes. I'll explain. So right now we currently have a fee for an inspection for, it's one fee and we collect it every 3 years per unit. We're proposing to take that fee and break it into thirds so that the property owner per unit pays an annual fee that is equal to 1/3 of the cost of the triennial inspection. And so we have run all of those numbers on an annual basis for the full cost of the program, the inspector's salary, benefits, and overhead, plus the cost of the software on an annual basis, and derive the fee that is necessary per unit on an annual basis to support that program while the inspections occur triennially. And that is a cost, and that is fully cost recovery.
Thank you. How will, if a rental provider has just started a business of renting, but does not, but something happens and they're only available for 2 years, then we have at 2/3 of the fees recovered. Yeah, I'm imagining some rental providers are in it for the long term, but I'm wondering how those who aren't even, for some reason or another, don't remain for the duration of at least for 3 years. What happens then? We just don't receive the remaining year, right? Would that be correct?
Correct. We do anticipate that rentals, some rentals will go offline and some rentals will come online. So I'm sure, Carrie, if you're online here, you can speak a little bit more to how you model this. And obviously, we would also be doing an evaluation of the program at, year 3 to make sure that we're fully recovering for the fees and continuing to monitor the fees that come in to support the program and bring the council back any fee adjustments that are necessary to support the program, recognizing that this program is intended to be fully cost recovery with no drain on the general fund.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Mr. Mirati. I was going to say Director. Thank you, Director Whalen. I don't know how you do it, but you're usually in 6 places all at once. I thought I did it well, but you truly do it well. I want to thank you for this presentation because I love, I'm seeing slide 2 or 3 where it says program goals, and I think this slide really centers on why this policy is so important, particularly what I hear in the community kind of coming to this conversation was around like informing the policy and really having us have that data. I think you all have done such a tremendous work in ensuring that we have also collected the data around sustainability. So I just want to commend you on that. I did have a quick question. I had 2 questions actually. The first is just on the slide that says suspected rental properties. Can you remind me what NMSA is?
Yes, I can't recall what the explicit acronym is. Okay. But it is kind of just like the greater area. So it would be neighboring counties essentially. The
9 Bay Area counties?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, exactly. I can't confirm explicitly if it is the 9 counties or if it's just like, the ones in our immediate vicinity, so maybe 4 or 5 of them.
Okay.
I can get that additional clarity if it's needed.
Yeah. Director Whalen, do you know what that MSA is? It's on slide, the suspected rental property slide.
Unfortunately, I don't. I mean, initially when I saw it, I thought it might be municipal service area, but I'm not particularly familiar with this slide, so I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you. One of the other questions I had on the one of the timelines, it speaks to 25-26 timeline. I was recently informed of a bill, AB Assembly Bill 628, which became law this year, starting January 1st. It's basically the basic appliances bill asking or requesting or requiring actually now for landlords to have a stove and a refrigerator in their house. How does that law or something like that impact this type of program that is to be facilitated and administered?
Yeah, so I'm vaguely familiar of that law. So I'm not explicitly sure whose role it is to ensure that that is happening.
Right.
But if it is the cities, that would be helpful. It also allows us to safely assume that, when we're asking what type of stove is in the unit, that the option no stove is not on the inventory.
Okay.
But beyond that, I would probably defer to Lily if there's any additional information in terms of how to integrate with that piece.
And Mayor Pro Tem, I'd have to look into that for you and get back to you.
Okay, no worries. I just wanted to flag that for you all. I think this program is excellent. So as we develop, I'm sure there's going to be new laws like that impact the administration of our policy. I didn't see in the setup that there was a refrigerator notice.
No.
So I'm guessing something like that might have to be added, but I do want to make sure that staff is just aware of that particular law being in effect as of January 1st this year, and perhaps there might be other laws. So again, great job. This is excellent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think, is it metropolitan area?
It's metropolitan statistical area.
Statistical area.
That sounds like the one.
All right. Okay, so what we'll do is, seeing that we have no more questions, Councilmember Sy, did you have anything?
No, just thank you for the update. Really appreciate it.
Okay, we'll open the public hearing and go to public comment.
Yep. Rafael Menace.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. Glad to see the clock's working. My name is Rafael Mess. I'm a resident of Pinole, and I have a few comments tonight on this item. First off, for the agenda packet sub-item E, so basically the chart comparing the various affordable housing programs and what percentage of inspections need to be done on those programs. The bottom line for naturally occurring affordable housing, basically units that are affordable but not by deed restriction or some other reason, it says that there's no annual inspections, and I assume that means none by a party other than the city. And then for the second column, the triennial GE inspections, is that percentage from 0 to 100% how much is exempt or how many inspections need to be performed? And then secondly, with regards to the core concept of the affordable housing exemption, I understand the intent of basically saying some agencies have more stringent standards. We don't need to worry about those entities as much. But at the same time, historically speaking, public agencies have in the past failed to enforce their standards. Take, for example, stuff like Cabrini Green in Chicago with the Department of Housing and Urban Development, or some sites in Richmond. I forget the exact name of them, but I remember reading news articles about there being major issues related to housing and urban development's oversights of some publicly owned housing in Richmond back in, I think, 2018 or 2019, so pre-COVID. But I know that it says there's documentation requirements, but at the federal level, at least, I'm concerned that there may be things like falsification of documentation provided to the cities because there aren't enough staff. Like, say, if the Department of Government Efficiency made cuts to housing and urban development, and they simply don't have enough staff to provide the necessary documentation. So what sorts of basically checks on the provided documentation would the city have to make sure that even if the state or the feds are saying this is affordable, we're doing these inspections, that they're actually doing the inspections? And finally, with regards to the inspection cadence, I know that it's historically been once every 3 years. But if an issue happens within that 3-year time period, would there be an ability for a tenant or the owner to ask for an additional inspection, or just once and that's it? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Do we have any other speakers?
That concludes public comments.
Okay, so we'll bring it back and close the public hearing. And I think we move forward to, was there any action needed, or was that, so we would need a motion?
Yeah. Mayor, I'm happy to make the motion. I don't know if anyone has any other comments before, or you want me? I'm happy to make the motion. It seems like, yeah. Let's do it.
It doesn't seem like everyone's jumping for comments.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. I'm happy to.
Actually, yeah, if I may.
Do you have a comment,
To the-
Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, if,
Please.
the commenter's question, if staff could respond to that, the frequency of inspections and/or who would request one in the absence of compliance at the federal level. Thank you.
Yes. So, so the three questions. So, and maybe I might need some help remembering. So the questions I have are, if something happens after the inspection, and in instances where there might be some concern around public agencies' ability to keep up. So for the first one, the city does have complaint-based inspections that operate separate from the triennial inspections. And so if tenants have complaints, they are able to take those up with the city. And we will probably, as part of our sending out reports to the residents, include information for how to do that if there's currently issues with accessibility to that information. In regards to the affordable housing exemption, that is why on our pages, so the most that we are exempting will be 80% of the units. So, so there will always be at least 20% of the units inspected. The degree of inspection will be based on the information that's provided, and also history of complaints, and will ultimately be at the building official and inspector's discretion. So if they are coming into a property and seeing that while the 20% they inspected passed, that there are signs of other issues, they do have the flexibility to correct that and look into it more thoroughly. We wanted to give that flexibility because we are aware of that history. And then again, we do have avenues for residents to make habitability complaints with the city. And I don't know, Lily, if you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, that was great, Jared. Good job. The last thing I wanted to add there is, I think the first part of the question regarding the frequency of inspections for affordable housing. If the council was interested in increasing the frequency beyond what we proposed with the affordable housing exemption, I wanted to just share that we have gotten a significant number of requests from affordable housing managers that the fee for the inspections is untenable, and they've been asking for waivers for that fee. So just to keep in mind that if the amount of inspections was to increase for the affordable housing developers beyond what we proposed, then there might be a general fund subsidy that might be required if a waiver was provided to those providers.
All right. Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, was there any other comments, questions?
No follow-up question, just pondering that last comment by Director Whalen. So I think it's a matter of the monitoring and us determining whether, determining compliance over time and seeing the conditions of the homes that are part of the reporting. I want to say the network, the reporting program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just for the council, I think, we would report on a yearly basis, and that could be something that we can include if you wanted in the adopted resolution for tonight, that community development comes back and gives you an annual report. I don't think that's in there yet. And then you'd be able to monitor the progress of the program very closely.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yep. Well, thank you again, Mr. Merity, and Director Whalen as well for your presentation tonight. Mayor, I want to move to for council to adopt the resolution amending administrative regulations necessary to successfully update the program by the building official, as well as adopt a resolution authorizing the addition of 1.0 FTE residential health and safety inspector to manage the program and conduct inspections, as well as to adopt the resolution amending the master fee schedule to ensure the inspection program as administered by the full-time residential health and safety inspector, and also adopt or also direct staff to provide an annual report of the progress of these resolutions.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, second by Councilmember Martinez-Rubin. City Clerk.
Mayor Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai?
Yes.
Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
The motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, so moving on to item 10B, waive the first reading and introduce a zoning code and specific plan amendment to prohibit new service stations. Okay. Okay, Manager Hannum and Planner Shu. Shu, did I get it right? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and fellow council members. And tonight before you is our first reading of introduce a zoning code ordinance for a specific plan amendment to prohibit new service stations, gas stations, and establishing regulations for existing legal non-conforming service stations. So tonight we're going to go through, I'm going to give a little bit of a background of the project, and we'll kind of start the slide presentation, then I'm going to turn it over to Associate Planner Shu to run us through other changes. So if I go to the first slide, Dave, please. There we go. So again, with just some of the background and where this item came from, we have the City Council back in July 2023 put a moratorium on for current for no more new gas stations within the community. As part of that moratorium, we were tasked to come up with an ordinance to ban them permanently as far as with the moratorium. In February of 2024, we brought some information to the council for options regarding the ban. And then, of course, in April, we did the urgency ordinance, which expires March 22nd, 2026. We wanted to make sure that we had the permanent ordinance to you before the moratorium ran out, so that there's no lapse in terms of between the two ordinances. So with that, next slide, please. So, and then I'll be turning this over to Associate Planner Shu, and I just want to give a brief where this came from. It was all part of our climate action adaptation plan, or our CAP plan, that the city approved back in 2024. And as part of the action policy was to adopt an ordinance that bans the development of any new or expansion, renovation, or replacement of any existing fossil fuel stations in the city prior to the expiration of the urgency ordinance. And amendments are required in the zoning code and three-quarters specific plan, which will establish the list of allowed usables and standards. So that's where the background is. So right now I'm going to turn it over to Associate Planner Shu to get the rest of the presentation.
I think the mic is on. Okay, great. Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. I'm Justin Shu. I'm the Associate Planner at the Planning Division. So just continuing on where Dave left off, if we could go to the next slide, please. And so the City of Pinole has a few regulatory documents for what uses are considered permitted uses in different properties. It's regulated by both the zoning code and the specific plan for properties located in the specific plan areas. Notably, these are properties along the major corridors, Appian Way, San Pablo Avenue, and Pinole Valley Road. So under the current zoning ordinance, if the moratorium weren't in effect, service stations, which means gas stations, essentially serving fossil fuel uses, they would be conditionally permitted in the RC zoning district, and we'll have a map of this later on too. The RC zoning district, the OIMU district in the service sub-area of San Pablo Avenue, OPMU in service sub-area of Appian Way, and CMU in the mixed-use sub-area of Appian Way. So a conditionally permitted use is a use that requires a public hearing and its discretionary approval in order to allow that use. Many of the service stations currently operating in Pinole aren't actually located in zones currently that allow for a service station, even with a conditionally permitted use. This means that these service stations are existing legal non-conforming, which means at the time that they were built, they were permitted on the property, but due to changes over time in the zoning code, general plan, et cetera, the uses are no longer permitted uses under the current zoning regulations. So these would continue to operate. They'll be allowed to continue to operate as existing legal non-conforming uses. Which applies to whether they're service stations or whatnot. Existing legal non-conforming means they were previously permitted, but no longer permitted under the current zoning code. So the proposed changes are proposed zoning code and specific plan amendments that would make all existing service stations existing legal non-conforming uses and prohibit new service stations. As noted, most existing service stations are already existing legal non-conforming, so it'll kind of bring everyone on the same page in that regard. If we could go to the next slide, please. So as mentioned, there are certain zoning districts where service stations are conditionally permitted. We've highlighted them on this map in the areas that are outlined in the red. You'll notice that in the top left of the map is the OIMU district. This is kind of the area where it's a few parcels to the west of Sunnyview Drive and kind of ending where the Del Monte Shopping Center is. So that's the blue in the top. You'll notice down on Appian Way, that's the purple's the office professional mixed use. This is the office buildings kind of next to Pinole Middle School. Further down there are commercial mixed use, the little small block on Appian Way. And finally on Fitzgerald Drive, you could think of this as the area Best Buys and to the west of the city. That's where their service stations would also be conditionally permitted uses. So looking at this map, service stations would be permitted with a conditional use permit kind of in the areas like west of Appian Way. If we could go to the next slide. And then this provides context for where the existing service stations are located. There are 2 on Pinole Valley Road currently, 3 on San Pablo Avenue, 2 on Appian Way, and 1 on Fitzgerald Drive. So kind of comparing the 2 maps, a lot of these are kind of on the eastern side of Appian Way and are existing legal non-conforming, or they're just not in the areas that match the permitted zoning districts. If we could go to the next slide, please. So in following the policy directions, including the CAP, the Climate Action Adaptation Plan, to adopt an ordinance to prohibit new service stations and allow for existing service stations to remain existing legal non-conforming. We've proposed amendments to a few of the noted chapters in the zoning code, namely Chapter 1712, 1720, 1722, and 1734. These are described and shown in more detail in the staff report packet, so we'll just be providing an overview of kind of what this consists of. And overall, the changes are intended to prohibit new service stations in all zoning districts. This would allow for continued operation of existing service stations, namely the fossil fuel serving use portions, as existing legal non-conforming uses. It's also intended to allow limited modification and renovation for fossil fuel serving uses as they might be needed, provided that the changes do not increase the fossil fuel pumps, so it wouldn't increase the intensity of the non-conforming use. Routine maintenance and repair of equipment would be permitted, and replacement of equipment needed to preserve health and safety and to comply with regulatory requirements would also be permitted under this. Also, the modifications and amendments to the zoning code would allow for modifications of other supportive uses that might be on a service station site. So for instance, like a convenience store, that's a retail use that could continue to be permitted, or a car wash, it's a conditional use that could be allowed to be continued to be permitted and operated, provided they comply with all standards in the zoning code. So those would be kind of evaluated separately from the fossil fuel serving use. And finally, the proposed changes would establish a new category for alternative fuel stations, essentially non-fossil fuel type serving uses. So you could think of it as like EV charging stations, hydrogen, other renewable sources. If we could go to the next slide. So just to run through the changes in each of these chapters, 1712 is more of an administrative change and clarification. This lists entitlements, which is essentially planning permit requirements for different types of projects. In this chapter, it talks about admin design review and lists specific criteria or types of projects that would fall under admin design review. Since the list isn't all encompassing, we just included an administrative change that, admin design review is these listed items plus admin design review were otherwise referenced in the remainder of the zoning code. And we note later that modifications to service stations would fall under admin design review. So this is just more of a clarification. For 1712, this establishes the allowable use tables in the zoning code where uses are permitted and in what zoning districts. So this is where we marked off that service stations would no longer be considered a permitted use. They're currently marked as conditionally permitted, so the strike would indicate that they're no longer permitted there. Additionally, we added a land use category for the alternative fuel stations and noted that they would be permitted uses. 1712 is the land use definition, so we further provide clarification that service stations are the fossil fuel serving component of a use, and then added a definition for alternative fuel stations for those alternative fuels. And 1734 is kind of the bulk of where our service station regulations come from in the Pinole Municipal Code, so there are more substantial modifications here. Just the intro chapters, the 1734, 010, and 020 are updated mostly to reference current city policies, including the cap and the applicability of this chapter in light of the new city policies. If we could go to the next slide, please. So here are some more of the substantial modifications to that service station chapter. 1734-030 was previously, if you were to submit an application for a new service station, like these would be the permit processes and the conditions of approval that would apply. Since we no longer have new service stations, this section has been converted to operation of existing legal non-conforming service stations, essentially. And it spells out kind of the operating requirements and criteria in order to remain existing legal non-conforming. Which includes just a number of pumps not exceeding the existing number, so no increase in the number of pumps. If there's a permanent reduction in number of pumps, they can't be increased back to the prior number. And this, we've noted that this doesn't apply if the pumps are out of service for servicing, repairs, whatnot. So any permanent reduction of pumps can't be increased back to prior numbers. And then also that fossil fuel equipment we specified could be repaired, replaced, and relocated when required for health and safety reasons, regulatory requirements, if they're doing so to reduce fossil fuel use or to incorporate other alternative fuels. 1734-030B talks a little bit about the limited circumstances for renovations and modifications if needed. So fossil fuel use modifications would require admin design review, so we could confirm that the project wouldn't increase fossil fuel pumps, and also that it's complying with their existing legal non-conforming status and uses. So of course, maintenance and repair is not considered a renovation modification, so they could do so without having to go through design review. And renovation modification for other uses may be allowed. So we talked about like possible convenience stores or car wash. If they needed to be modified in some way, they would just go through the other standard permitting process for permitted or conditionally permitted uses. Next slide, please. And then further in this chapter, we've added a note that for addition of alternative fuels, like you're installing electric vehicle charging stations at a service station, that could be continue to be allowed, like with any other EV installation. This is through a plan check process. That's the building permit process for administrative review of those proposals. And also, this section carries forward an existing provision in the code that allows for reduction of on-site parking requirements in order to accommodate alternative fuels. This actually kind of mirrors what's currently required in state law anyways, where an existing parking space can't be a reason why you're not installing an EV station, and the EV station needs to be allowed if it does require removal of required parking. For 030C, it talks about the loss of non-conforming status of a service station. So we had talked about, service stations could be allowed to operate in perpetuity if they're following these conditions. They could lose that non-conforming status and not be allowed to operate if the use ceases the selling, storing, or dispensing of fossil fuel for 6 continuous months. This mirrors our existing requirements in the code for other legal non-conforming uses. Our specification is if you don't use that fossil fuel component for more than 6 months, that would be kind of the trigger that removes your non-conforming status as well. And then we carried forward existing requirements to remove fossil fuel equipment when the use ceases. This typically applied when a use permit was revoked, but since there isn't any new use permits to revoke, this would apply when the fossil fuel use ceases. So when it's no longer a fueling station, property owners would need to clean up the site essentially, so it doesn't have the fossil fuel component. And then the last two sections, 040 and 050, is essentially carrying forward some of the existing standards. We're trying to preserve those as much as possible, but we did add notation that there are state and federal guidelines that might supersede city regulations. So we've added some of those in. We've made some modifications just for clarification purposes in those sections as well, and also did some consolidation in lighting standards. And for the specific plan amendments, the changes made in the specific plan are intended to mirror the changes in the zoning code, so the two documents are intended to be compatible. If we go to the next slide. So for zoning code and specific plan amendments, the Pinole Municipal Code establishes certain requirements that City Council will consider in adopting and approving these amendments. For the specific plan, section 1712.170G establishes certain findings for the specific plan, so specific plan amendments, specific plans and any amendments thereto shall only be approved only when City Council makes the following findings, and those include the proposed specific plan is consistent with the general plan, goals, policies, implementation programs, the land use and development regulations within the specific plan are comparable in breadth and depth to similar zoning regulations contained in this title, and the administration and permit processes within the specific plan are consistent with the administration and permit processes of the zoning code. So staff provided just a brief evaluation on our end to how it might be consistent. So the specific plan is intended to, the modifications in the specific plan are intended to be consistent with the zoning code. And the administrative processes and permit processes are also contained in the zoning code as well. So the changes there are intended to mirror changes in the zoning code. And for the findings for the zoning code, 1712.190D, the proposed zoning amendment, text or map, is consistent with the general plan goals, policies, and implementation programs. So a few of the specific plan policies, goals, and actions are noted in the staff report. A lot of those are contained in the sustainability element in the city's general plan, as well as the environmental justice element. And finally, the project is exempt under CWIC guidelines section 15010B3, 15301, and 15308. If we could go to the next slide, please. So the recommendation, so following the policy direction, including the CAP action, TR4HC, so the staff recommendation is to waive the first reading and introduce an ordinance consisting of the municipal code amendments related to prohibition of new service stations, proposed regulations for existing legal non-conforming service stations, and proposed regulations for alternative fuel stations, and to schedule a second read and adoption for March 17th, 2026, so in 2 weeks. So that concludes staff's overview, so we're available for questions as well if there are any.
Okay. So I have to say a couple things first. Staff, thank you. but Planner Shoe was smiling the whole time. I'm telling you, everybody, this stuff can get a lot, it's a lot just dealing with code. I want to thank you and the planning team. That stuff, most people don't know, but that is not easy at all. And you guys made it look effortless. And I know it was a lot, but that was extremely thorough, and thank you. I wanted to ask if there were any questions, but I would be amazed if there were any. But Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, please go ahead.
Thank you. So my question has stemmed from reading some of the comments that were made by members of the public. So for clarification purposes, I'm going to role play here. And I'm going to ask you to explain the options that I would have if I were today a gas station owner and I wanted to sell my gas station. And so I would prepare for that. And from my understanding of this ordinance, I would have up to, I better do even some pre-planning because I have only 6 months by when to do something about that station. Another operator might buy it. But let's say another person does not buy it. Is there a time limit or a deadline for cleanup of that lot? So what I have in mind, so that it would be ready for another use. What I have in mind, and correct me if I'm wrong, there is a lot across Pinole Valley High School that was once a gas station, has been empty for many, many years. And it's a private lot, so there's only so much a city can do to even have the owner do anything about that. But in the meantime, it's hindering any new development, whatever that might be. It could be a well, no, not in its condition, it wouldn't be a playground, no. But it would be whatever it might be, it would be not empty, if at all possible. So so a couple of things there in the scenario that I kind of tried to create here. Is there a deadline by when cleanup efforts would have to be completed if an operator ceases to function as a service station?
Yes, let me try to find that specific section. Let's see.
So I'm looking at the slide that has 17.34, loss of conforming status for service stations.
And why Planner Hugh is looking for that specific, as long as if the gas station owner is continuing to sell gas, he can continue to sell gas as long as the station is for sale. He can continue to do that. So it's only it would only be if he just totally stopped selling gas and he had a station for sale that the 6 months would then kick in. And then if he wasn't selling gas after 6 months, or during the 6 months duration, that he wouldn't be able to sell it as a gas station to the next owner. Okay, so but as long as he's continuing the use while he's going through the sale, then you can sell the station as a gas station. In regards to the cleanup, they would still have to go through, if, let's say, their legal non-conforming use expires, right, and they have to clean it up. They have to go through the whole state process of, the underground tanks, removal of the underground tanks, removal of the pumps and all that. I think you found it, so.
Yeah, and I could expand on that too. Yeah. So we did include something in section 1734030C2 about the cleanup. So the owner would be required to show the proposed removal and obtain any permits to complete the work within 6 months of the date the service station lost its non-conforming status, or is otherwise approved by the community development director. So, in anticipating that it might take longer for cleanup to occur, the community development director could extend that upon finding that it's reasonable to extend that to complete the work.
Right, and as long as there's some communication between that party and the city, city's representative, because we know that when other agencies are involved, that certain timeline can certainly be extended.
Exactly, yeah. But at least they're starting the process, and they have to at least start that process. So.
Thank you. Now, unrelated to what I was describing, if I closed my gas station altogether, did not want it to function anymore, this ordinance would keep would prevent would prohibit that another gas station be opened there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I just quickly piggyback on one of the questions that was asked? Could a owner, for example, close their station? They have the 6-month window. Could they ask for an extension of that 6-month window with this code, or would it be no? After 6 months, it can no longer be a station, gas station.
Yeah, so after 6 months, it could no longer be a gas station, assuming all uses cease within the 6 months. So change of business is allowed. You could sell to another business as long as that use continues to operate, and you know the ceasing period doesn't include extend beyond 6 months. So.
Okay, so I mean, if there was like a special, I don't know, the owner for whatever reason had a death in the family or something and couldn't operate the station, how would they go about? Just like any business.
The time we don't have an exemption for that, or we don't have a time limit for that. It was just that the business would cease to exist.
That makes sense. All right. Any other questions for the team? Okay, let's go this way. Mayor Pro Temp Murphy, followed by Councilmember Sasai.
All right, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Hannum and Mr. Shu, for your presentation. I appreciate seeing you all, and I think some of y'all have been smiling since we were on the Planning Commission in those days, so it's very in line with the brand. I wanted to ask a question because so first of all, thank you for the history about how this has come together, right? Our council unanimously adopted our Climate Action and Adaptation Plan in August 2024. That plan directed staff to bring forward this ordinance for consideration of banning new and expanded fossil fuel gas stations. So I'm glad that this proposal is consistent with that direction that we've adopted as a council. But I do feel that there has been a need for clarity in the community around why this is important. So I do want to ask again, like, why this was in our Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. Why would it be important for new fossil fuel infrastructure to be banned? How does that impact our Pinole residents?
There are a number of different components. The Climate Action and Adaptation Plan is a collection of different measures that the city would take in order to reduce the overall community emissions or greenhouse gas emissions within our area, and also the broader area in general, since greenhouse gas emissions aren't just limited to Pinole. It also contains a suite of actions for how the city would respond to climate change and resiliency actions. So all of these actions they work together in the city's profile on how they'll collectively reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the city and the work that the city's doing. So this is kind of one component of that overall strategy to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, improve air quality, and allow for continued greener uses in our community. I hope that answers your question, but
partially. I mean, I think I would say that's a good answer, but I also want to know, like, there are some folks who. So I see there's 9 current service stations in the city of Pinole. Is that correct? 8. Excuse me. Thank you. There's 8 service stations. We are a city of about 19,000. So in a world where there were 25 service stations in Pinole, what would be the harm to residents, if any?
Well, I mean, if the gas stations are going to continue to be in use, it's not going to cause anything because we'll have our existing stations.
Okay.
But if because like a lot of the gas station owners were kind of happy that this was kind of happening because they have no more competition. It's just it's just them that exist. So, but as long as they are operating, it's operation as usual. As the stations start to either adapt or they start to go out, it could just limit areas where there's gas stations within the community, right? So. For example, let's say the Arco on Pinole Valley Road, if that station is no longer, they've gone out, they've extended their 6 months, they're no longer legal non-conforming use, then those patrons would have to go to the next gas stations that are existing in the city. So, I mean, I just think that in most cases that we've seen is the existing gas stations. They're not a lot of them aren't going away right now. So there's still the use. There's still people still have gas, and until I think the electric vehicles and the alternative fuel vehicles become more online, and that they're going to need more. They're going to need more stations, and so that's kind of how we've kind of looked at it. That in the community, it's going to take a while for this to, unless people just don't want to do fossil fuels anymore and go out. We don't think there's going to be a huge loss to the community, at least at this point, at this time, regarding this ordinance.
Okay.
So that's kind of how we've looked at it. I mean, over the course of time, it could happen, but with electric vehicles, with the ability for these stations to then be reused in different fuel alternatives, whether it's EV, whether it's hydrogen, whether at least we have the places in place to start that new revolution in terms of service stations.
Fantastic. Thank you for your that's actually very reassuring. I was going to ask a follow-up question to say, when we talk about alternative fuel, I think there's, what I've heard in the community is there's a fear of the closure of gas stations that folks know about, right? We're talking about fossil fuel infrastructure. So help us, I know you just expressed it, but help us understand what alternative fuel means and its access in California, if any.
Alternative fuel is pretty broad in how we're defining it. So it could include EVs, so electric charging stations. It could include hydrogen fuel stations. Biodiesel, biofuels are also mentioned in our definition. That's kind of a carryover for, I guess, when the city adopted the zoning code originally, they had anticipated biofuels as a possible fuel source, as well as other renewable fuels, because there's constantly technological advancements being made on that front. So we're making it pretty broad to encompass non-fossil fuels. The state also has, their allowances for different types of renewable fuels as well. So electric vehicle charging stations have a streamlined permitting process too. So the state's, allowing for streamlined review to push, proliferate, I guess, the availability of electric vehicle charging stations. They have standards for like hydrogen stations as well. It's pretty broadly encompassing, and then it's intended to capture the non-fossil fuel uses.
Solid. And just a last question, because this is, of course, a question of development. You all have given a timeline around how we got to this point, and we're now here. One of the topics that have come up constantly, I think, from residents is around development status of potential new gas stations. The item that comes up most is Appian 80, the development corridor there, Terra Hills and Appian Way. There is a gas station at the corner there, Chevron, I believe. And there is a notion that there was a gas station that was planned at the former Safeway site. I think there was also a notion that our council or our city blocked that. Can you help clarify the status of that development area so that I'm aware? Because that would be a surprise to me if we blocked it.
Yeah, no. What happened was, there was, as part of the Appian 80 renewal, there was the application for Pinole Square. And that application had an expanded Safeway that included a gas station component. And then the commission and the council approved amendments to the specific plan and the zoning ordinance to allow for that gas station to be in existence. The developer, they got entitled, and the new property owners let the entitlement lapse. So that just happened. So there was no action by staff or the council to make that use go away. That was caused by the applicant not using the entitlement. And so that's kind of how. And that's
Mayor
kind
Pro
of
Tem. Mayor Pro Tem. Sorry.
Yeah, Director Whalen.
Hi there. I just wanted to add as well, fully support what Planning Manager Hannum just indicated to council. In addition, the property owner of that site has issued a press release that is on the city's website right now, indicating why they moved away from the entitled project, and also indicating that was well before the city proposed the moratorium on gas stations in the city. So the two are not linked together, and the property owner has provided a notice on the city's website that folks can take a look at that says such.
Awesome. Well, I hope that staff can send that to the council, and perhaps we can have our city manager maybe put that out in our pulse. I think there are a lot of misconceptions that are being said about the development status, and I don't want residents to confuse the two. I want us to send in some honest information about that item in relation to this item as well, because they're going hand in hand, and I do want some closure, and I think residents need closure on that issue.
Yeah, and this ordinance had nothing to do with the lapsing of the gas station use of AP and 80.
Thank you, Mr. Hannum, and thank you, Mayor.
All right. Hey, I think there was an extension for that one as well, right, with the entitlements?
Yeah, they extended for 3 years, but they got entitled back in 2019, 2020, and so they asked for a 3-year extension. So it expired in 2023. So it's been a while since it's been expired.
Great. Thank you for that. Councilmember Sasai.
Thank you, Mayor Tave, and thank you both for your presentation. That was a lot of technical language, a lot of code you ripped through there. So I'm probably going to make some comments later, just in terms of some of the concerns that the public has around this ordinance. I really like that we surveyed residents for this, and I know that outreach was pretty robust. I saw it came up in the polls a few times, and we got a good number of responses. I don't recall that type of surveying being done in the past for previous ordinances and resolutions. So is this a new practice, and can we expect every ordinance and resolution to be surveyed for the public?
I know for this one specifically, in our climate action plan under that program, it's specifically identified an outreach strategy. So it was pretty forward thinking, and for this particular one, which might be an issue, they did want to put more outreach effort into this one.
Gotcha. And so any ordinances within the cap would have some sort of outreach component?
It was identified specifically for this one, for the service station one, possibly anticipating that there would be, a number of different comments regarding this.
Gotcha. So that's somewhere, and it's somewhere included in the cap that this ordinance in particular would require some sort of outreach plan. Thank you so much for clarifying that. I don't have any questions around the updates to this municipal code here. I'll save my comments for later. Thanks, Mayor.
Sounds good. Councilmember Thomas, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the report. Just a question on the survey. I noticed that the survey started in mid-December. However, the staff report for taking this to the Planning Commission was already underway. And it seems like if we're going to survey citizens to find out how they feel about something, we should do that before we take it to the plano. If we had, some gas stations that maybe weren't in the most ideal location, and they thought, well, they could partner with a developer doing another site. Have we thought of anything like that?
I think that would certainly be possible. I think it's still within the spirit of the climate action plan, the program to not increase pumps overall. So that would be possible, and you're still enacting the ban on new service stations. It's just maintaining the community profile and maybe like relocating pumps where they might be better served or better collected. So that's possibly something that we could consider.
Yeah, I don't think we considered it as part of this ordinance because we just wanted to make sure that we weren't going to allow for new gas stations. So in terms of transfer development rights, that wasn't a part of it, because at least that didn't come up as part of our
Yeah, and I would also ask our community development director if I'm thinking of the Safeway site,
right? And
I don't know if a gas station is the make or break item for bringing other uses to that area. But that might be something that could entice a new use to that station and not increase the number of pumps.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Toms. As Associate Planner Shu indicated, I think that is something totally workable if that's the direction of the council. From what I have heard in conversations with the property owner of the APN 80 site is that the redevelopment on that site is not contingent on a gas station use at this point in time. However, if the council wanted to incorporate an option of transference of rights into this ordinance, staff could definitely do that and incorporate it.
Thank you.
Through the chair, if I can I ask a follow-up question to that? In thinking about this approach or this strategy to reduce the ill effects on air quality as an environmental, in favor of increased environmental health, what I think of is not only individual fuel pumps, but also the underground storage tanks, right? Those would also be required along with additional fuel pumps, regardless of who gets the rights or the credits. Is that correct? So there are considerations beyond the pumps themselves, the whole infrastructure associated with a service station that has a bearing on why an ordinance to ban new service stations at all. Am I missing something there? What I'm thinking, again, is the underground storage tanks, which are a consideration with service stations. And don't they go hand in hand with it, whether it's one additional fuel pump or two or three or multiples?
Well, if you're moving the site, if you're moving in terms of like transferring development right, if you're moving the, if let's say the ARCO on Pinole Valley Road is moving to Appian Way, right? So we're transferring the development right from Appian to from Pinole Valley Road to Appian. They would have to remove everything at Pinole Valley Road on the ARCO Pinole Valley Road. But they would have to install all new equipment at the station, yes. So they would be adding new equipment, which in some cases is more environmentally sensitive than the old stuff that they're bringing out. So there could be, those would all be studied as part of the process of a review. So of this, the age of the stuff that's coming out compared to what the age of the stuff is going in. Not necessarily just taking those underground tanks and sticking those, and they would all have to be all new material and all new tanks and that. So, so I guess if I answered your question, everything would be required by the state. We would just have to remove everything. Everything else would probably be new. We would still maintain the number of pumps that we had from the original 8 stations. So does that kind of answer your questions in terms of, from an environmental standpoint, it's just moving the gas station from one part of the town to the other. So there could be some issues regarding that, but that would be reviewed as part of the environmental program that we would have to do to go through the new station on Appian, at Appian 80. So.
Right, right, prior to a new station being there at all.
Right.
Okay,
right.
And so it would be an EPA or CEQA.
Yeah, there'd be a CEQA analysis as part of if you're transferring the development right from Pinole Valley Road to Appian Way. Right.
And that CEQA study would give indication of whether there would be some environmental sensitivity or not to be considered.
Yes.
And who bears the cost of that CEQA?
That would be the developer.
Thank you.
Okay. Sounds like we got through questions. Let's go ahead and open the public hearing. Okay, so we'll open the public hearing. And Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, we have Maureen Brennan. Is it Brennan? Followed by Antonio Silva and Rafael Menace.
It's tall. My name's Maureen Brennan. I'm here, I speak on behalf of the Sunflower Alliance. I live in Rodeo, but I feel like I'm a part of Pinole as well. I shop at the farmer's market most every Saturday and enjoy the delights of the bear claw as much as possible. And I so admired this council's decision 3 years ago to put a moratorium on gas stations in this city. I have quoted your actions in Rodeo, where we have been under threat of 10 new gas pumps and a car wash. That's where we already have 12 pumps less than a quarter mile away, and another 24 pumps at the Safeway Center in Hercules. There are plenty of gas pump stations to go all around this I-80 corridor. We in these West County cities and towns on the I-80 corridor, we already suffer we are significantly overburdened with auto pollution emissions. The typical commute on I-80 from Emeryville to the Carquinez is a parking lot of thousands of idling cars. It's dangerously not healthy. And gas stations in general are nasty emitters: benzene, hydrocarbons, VOCs, organic chemicals. Tank trucks daily filling the stations and leaking fumes. It's all cumulative, and it's bad for our health. I'm very happy to see you're well on your way to making this moratorium permanent. We have enough gas stations to service current and future needs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. If we can have the next speaker.
Antonio Silva.
Well, I'm afraid I'm Antonio Silva, and I'm afraid I have an uphill battle here. I'm probably going to be the lone wolf here. I don't like the regulations. I don't like being restricted on everything. I don't like to see businesses restricted. And then all this rather arbitrary regulation and so on put in place. One of the issues that came to mind here just tonight is the fact that if you had a shutdown for 6 months, all of a sudden there's a clock starts ticking and you have all of these regulations, and then if what happens after 6 months? Does the gas station turn into a pumpkin? I mean, it just seems like that everybody is trying to push everybody out of, gasoline and cars and everything else. And I think that the general trend is going to be more and more towards electric cars. I own a Tesla myself. I drove it here tonight. And to be honest with you, I like it very much. But at the same time, my pickup truck that I use to help service my property right here in Pinole, it's gasoline. Most of the cars are gasoline. I'm sure that all the city vehicles and the fire trucks and everything else, they run off fossil fuels. Where are they going to get their fuel from? I think that this focus just on gas stations and so on, I think that once again, all of these things are regulated by the state and the federal governments, and the city is getting involved in something that's really not their wheelhouse. And I can understand a little bit of zonings where you're going to have, environmental concerns or people that are right in the middle of a residential neighborhood or something like that. You're not going to want to put a commercial business in there. That makes sense. But to put in all of these regulations on everything, and what happens with all these regulations? Well, then you add a lot of uncertainty and expenses and everything else, and the cost of everything goes up. And I could tell you, one of the things I think that everybody needs to remember is that when they're driving around in their car and that needle's pretty close to E, it's kind of nice having a gas station around there to go fill up. Again, what I would like to see happen is that rather than trying to force everybody into everything, let it happen organically. Electric cars are, in a lot of ways, very superior. I really enjoy my Tesla. But at the same time, it can't happen all at once. And we'd have to expand the power grid by at least 30% for everybody to convert over to electric. And right now, we're at the breaking point. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker.
Rafael Menace.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Menace, resident of Pinole, and I have a few comments on this item tonight. I've already made many in my role as a planning commissioner, so I won't re-echo those points there. I'm speaking tonight entirely as a private citizen. Director Whalen mentioned in the news subpage on the front page of the website and in the current projects page, and I wasn't able to locate it anywhere in there. So if there's somewhere that I should be looking, I'd like to know about that. Secondly, I remember Mayor Pro Tem Murphy protesting pretty heavily the existence of a gas station at the Safeway site back when he was on the Planning Commission in 2018, 2019, somewhere in that time period. So I was a little bit surprised on some of his lines of questioning this evening. Thirdly, with regards to Councilmember Thomas's point about the possibility of exchanging gas pump sites, essentially saying you can create a new site, effectively speaking, and transfer over some or all of the pumps from another site. I guess first off, the question would be, can it be a partial transfer? Can you say, I'm going to take one pump from this site, one pump from this site, one pump from this site, group them all up in one place? Or would it be full transfer, saying, I'm going to shut down this other site entirely, so it's a like-for-like transfer? And secondly, as Councilmember Martinez-Rubin noted, there's additional costs, environmental costs, to installing new gas station infrastructure. You're going to need to dig in a new tank to hold all the gasoline, apart from the like-for-like transfer over of individual site points. And thirdly, I think that transferring over, basically allowing for the construction of any new gas stations, undermines one of the major goals of this ordinance, which is to bar the creation of new service stations. Saying you can keep your existing service stations, you can keep, existing pumps, but we aren't going to have new ones. So if the council wants to say, well, we are going to have new ones, but in these certain circumstances, I think that would be a pretty major change to the ordinance. And finally, with regards to the written comment by the Association of Concession Operators, effectively speaking, I think that that comment is untimely, frankly, especially considering that the major attachment they had linked to it mostly had data from 2021 through 2023. If they wanted that information to be available to us, they should have sent that to the Planning Commission, if not the original moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Do we have any other speakers? City Clerk?
Yes, we do have.
Mr. Bosspring?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
Yes, I would like to echo the past commenter, I guess it's Mr. Rafael Menes, about the informational letter that Director Whalen said regarding the statement that the property owner landlord made with regard to the APN 80 shopping center debacle. I just think that, if she's going to make a statement like that, it should be clear, and that we should be able to access it right away. And then why couldn't she just take an extra minute or two, if not 3 minutes, to give the public a thumbnail recap of, bullet point what the letter said or stated? It doesn't sound like they're going to write, we're talking about a book here, or, it's going to take up a lot of time, but you brought up the subject, Councilman Murphy, so why don't you follow through, step up to the plate, ask Ms. Lily Whalen now to recap and review the letter to the public, to put that issue, or like you said, public rumors, etc., to bed. And then that being said, how much sales tax have we, the city of Pinole, lost there? Because I don't know, the state or gets most of the sales tax, or Caltrans from gasoline tax, but when you shut down a major station like a Safeway project as such, was there a lot of sales tax revenue that we had to sacrifice for, and now we're trying to open up cannabis dispensers and look for other strange opportunities to push forward in Pinole to recap sales revenue, because we have
Mr. Vosbrink, you have 45 seconds.
a shopping center at IPN 80 that's turned into a graveyard, basically. I like Pete Murray's recommendation that we can have the existing stations open up EV hydrogen options with regard to like that Safeway there in Appian Way. They had, you know, a dozen gas pumps. They could have a dozen or more EV stations, etc., to push that. Also, are we looking at other opportunities for carbon emission reduction, like the traffic up and down Pinole Valley Road along the high school and the on-ramp, off-ramp over there that could be expanded below Jack in the Box to move that?
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Acting City Manager, you mentioned.
Yeah, I can explain or show where that article is and the press release from the property owners. So if you go to the City of Pinole webpage, the main webpage, and you scroll down to news, latest news, which is near the events listings as well, there's an option to view all news. This item was from February of 2025, and you can search latest news by month and year. And if you search February and then you search the year 2025, you will see an article that's titled City Exploring Future Grocery Store Opportunities at Appian and 80. And in that article at the bottom is a link to the property owner's press release. But certainly as a result of this item tonight, the city can bring that to an area that's a little easier to access. So we will be doing that.
Thank you for that. Okay, are there any other public comments?
No, Mayor, that concludes public comments.
All right, so we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council for comments. I know that Councilmember Sasai, you mentioned you had some comments on this item.
Thank you, Mayor, and just want to thank the public commenters who waited till this late hour to join us today. We appreciate it. I know one person mentioned they might see this as an uphill battle. Your input is still appreciated. It helps to get your opinions on record, helps reflect the temperature of the entire community when you do so. I too, like Mr. Silva, have a EV. I don't think that it is quite superior technology to gas vehicles yet. I have a 2017 and the battery has gotten so bad that I can barely get from here to Sacramento and back without charging. That's how bad it is. So there's a lot of room for technological advancement. I also have a 1971 Datsun 510 that hopefully I can rebuild one day. So I don't want the complete eradication of gas at all. But it's one thing I want to get on record too is that a lot of questions around, or statements around, this gas station desert in Pinole. It's completely untrue. And I just keep hearing that over and over again. I want to just outline and visualize for people the state of gas stations right now in our city. So if we just start from the west side of Pinole, in the Pinole Shores District, we're coming in from Richmond. Less than a minute driving into our city, you'll see Marathon Gas on the right-hand side. If you happen to miss that one, you also have Grand Gasoline across the street. And if you happen to miss those two, you can go right past Appian Way and you have another gas station on San Pablo Avenue on the Old Town District, which is Pump House. If you turn right, go to Pinole Valley, you have two more gas stations, Arco and Chevron. If you're driving up Appian Way and you're about to go shopping in Fitzgerald Drive, you have Chevron across the street from CVS. Keep going down Fitzgerald Drive, you have 76, where there's a 7-Eleven convenience store. Keep going down, you have Shell right across the street from Target. So there is nowhere in this city where you would happen to run out of gas unless you're really playing it close. So just want to state that there, and also state that this local law does not impact existing gas stations. This impacts future potential gas stations. And so when you talk about loss of revenue, there's not an actual loss of revenue. You're talking about loss of potential revenue. So just want to make sure that's clear. want to thank Councilor Toms for her comments on, I think, the thought around transferring development rights. I think that's a innovative way to look at this ordinance. I want to be clear, my intention with introducing this a few years ago was really to limit and start the gradual phasing out of fossil fuels in order to safeguard the public health of the most vulnerable people and sensitive populations in our city, as well as future generations. And I think that's the way we should frame this issue, which is a public health concern. This is not in the staff report, but I do want to outline this as part of the things I considered when this was first introduced. So in 2021, there was a peer-reviewed study published in the International Journal of Environmental Research and Public Health, which found that benzene emissions from gas stations, particularly where stations are clustered together, significantly increased estimated lifetime cancer risk for people living or working nearby. And benzene is a well-established human carcinogen linked to leukemia and other blood cancers. The study found that cancer risk levels increase substantially when multiple gas stations operate in close proximity, meaning that adding another gas station across from an existing one compounds exposure. And I want to point out too, a big concern for me was the possible development of a gas station in the APN 80 site, and for reasons having to do with the proximity to Pinole Middle School. And I had acting city manager, thank you for looking up the actual distance for me, but the straight line distance between the existing Chevron gas station and Pinole Middle School is approximately 440 feet. If there were approximately 230 feet, the existing Chevron station. If there were a new gas station on APN 80, that straight line distance would be approximately 440 feet. The California Air Resource Board recommends that sensitive land uses such as schools, daycares, and residences should not be located within 300 feet of a large gas station. And there are many cities in California that have actually implemented setback requirements of up to 500 feet. And so I think about even our large senior housing development that we have in Pebble Avenue, 179 units of senior housing, and there is a gas station right next door to it. So I think about that often, and so on top of climate concerns, it's important that we frame it in this way, and so I do thank the council for their past support for this ordinance and urge your support again to make this permanent. Thank you again for your presentation and for the entire public for showing up. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Sasai. Are there any other comments? Councilmember Toms, followed by Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Yes, thank you. I have taken into consideration all of the aspects. I've noted that on the survey that went out, there were 33, kind of pro ordinance and 78 against. And one of the pieces that is really speaking to me is regarding the market demand and the natural evolution of moving away from gas stations. I think is an important piece. You mentioned, Councilmember Sasai mentioned the gas station next to the senior housing, and that's kind of one that I was thinking about when I was thinking about transfer of development rights. If that one was to, sell their rights, and maybe there's another site that could potentially attract, another development where a gas station is part of it. I want to make sure that we don't tie ourselves so tightly that we can't offer options. So I would ask the council to, consider the possibility of transfer of development rights in some of those cases. I also want to note that a transfer of development rights would retain the amount of gas tax that we're receiving and sales tax that we're receiving. We need to, think about in the long term how we're going to replace the sales tax as these stations, leave. We need to have some kind of, revenue to replace them. And then, so those are some of the thoughts that I have regarding the ordinance. I do want to thank staff and Planning Commission modeling of convenience stores or other uses. I think that the evolution of the ordinance in that area is, it was really improved quite a bit from when we did the moratorium. So I want to recognize that. So thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin. Thank you, Councilmember Thompson.
This is one instance when it's exciting to be on city council, and I mean that because we live in a time when there are a number of different changes occurring in different markets, one of them being the fuels and the type of fuels that eventually will help operate some of our means of transportation. We're not entirely there yet, and there will be several decades before the market will actually dictate, to a great extent, how many gas stations or alternative fuel stations there will be in any city, let alone our entire state. But halting the proliferation of toxic underground storage tanks, as well as the exposure of carcinogenic toxic fumes for residents, is something of great importance to me. And I happen to be living at a time when there is the possibility to give a vote that speaks to that, something that I wasn't able to do when existing gas stations were put in place, or when the planning of our city did not have as many units, as many dwellings, or planned in a way that is being reconsidered. And given that we also have talked about on City Council that it's time to alter our general plan. And so the exciting part is that I have gotten to live this long, to be witness to so many changes, and as a public health practitioner, understand the relevance of environmental health, not only for most vulnerable residents who tend to be the younger folks or the older folks, but all around. And given where we live geographically on each side of a major interstate highway that bisects our city and that exposes us to all kinds of environmental toxins to begin with, that alone is, for me, sufficient reason to give a vote in support of this ordinance so that we are doing something to prevent further exposure to toxins. It's only one strategy because we're surrounded by so many more. I jokingly tell some of my nearest or closest acquaintances and friends that one of the greater risks that I take is driving, because I am not a great risk taker. But driving, which gets us into conversations about transportation and speeding and all of that, and exposure to high-risk behavior by others, is something that already I'm exposed to. I want to minimize for not only for myself, that's a selfish interest, but for many people who are in a comparable position that rely on transportation and existing fuel sources, that we will gradually see changes in our environment that favor the environmental conditions so that we can live a little longer and less exposed to what we can control. And so I think this ordinance allows for that. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin. Are there any other comments? Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much, Mayor. And I also want to thank Acting City Manager for your comments as well. I'm looking at I was trying to find the press release. I think everybody in the room, thank you, Director Whalen, for referencing it. But that press release says a lot, and I think re-upping some of that communication and conversation to this this item, but also they've been kind of hand in hand talked about in the city. And residents are obviously engaged in economic development conversations, but also in a time where we are considering transition in so many ways. Fossil fuel infrastructure transition is a challenging conversation to have. So I do want to say thank you, Acting City Manager, about talking about that. I would love to see us communicate that in the Pulse and our communications department to re-up that on our website. I also want to speak highly to the Community Development Department for the survey. I feel like I learned so much about our community through that survey, although I know some of the questions were only answered by 150 people, so I don't want to say that is a sample size. I do find that those questions were really, really important questions that honestly the state of California should be asking to the entire probably electorate and base of Californians. What speaks to me most is really the question that at this point, 64% of the respondents, which again, it's 146, so it's not a sample size of Pinole, but I do want to speak to something I'm seeing, which is it says that 64% of the respondents said that they are very concerned or somewhat concerned about greenhouse gas emissions related to transportation. So what that says to me is that our climate action and adaptation plan, which as a council we've adopted, this is in line with that, right? And Justin, you spoke to, Mr. Shu, you spoke to how this consideration of this proposal is to address greenhouse gas emissions, perhaps. I think that at that same time, I am challenged and I'm also more intrigued with how folks are, it obviously seems like folks are very timely when it comes to, they're getting their gas in Pinole. It seems like folks can get it it's pretty accessible and timely. And it also seems like our rate of gas prices is about the same as other cities. So I'm as intrigued as I am. I also have so many more questions that I know I won't get answers to now, but I do want to say thank you for the work that you've done on the survey, because it does start the conversation. And I think part of why I'm excited about this proposal today is not just because this sets regulations up of prohibition, but it also sets a new pathway for alternative fuel. And I know we've talked a little bit about that, certainly as it relates to kind of the development of hydrogen within our city. I've seen and attended conferences, including the Hydrogen Business Council conference around green hydrogen and how cities like ours can actually leverage our land use for opportunities of alternative fuel. And so I just want to say thank you for that. I think part of this is the prohibition of new fossil fuel infrastructure, but a huge part of this is setting up Pinole as open for business for alternative fuels. And we're seeing that really across the country, but certainly across Contra Costa County. We see Phillips 66 going in that direction right now, right? If you just drive up the I-80 a little bit. So I think there's an excitement here that I have around, yes, ensuring that our public is safe and healthy, and also allowing our public to engage in conversations around what that greenhouse gas reduction looks like in conversation to economic growth and development around new alternative fuels. So I just wanted to speak to that because I think that is that sets this proposal up differently than the emergency and moratorium and ordinance. And I'm really excited for the partners watching this today, because I do know we received some letters, but I also know a couple folks who reached out to me and said, so what is Pinole doing next, right? If we're stopping, we're not really stopping gas in Pinole, right? We're just stopping the expansion of fossil fuel infrastructure in Pinole. What we're doing is also opening up that door for conversation. So just want to commend you on that. I did want to speak to just a note that when this came up in the planning, or when the item around a future gas station came up in the Planning Commission in 2019, I believe, I was certainly opposed to it in conversation to the environmental health needs. I do agree with Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, these fossil fuel infrastructure we know is dangerous. It can be dangerous, right? And there have been instances, not just in California, but across the nation, that have impacted residents visibly. But folks don't also realize that there's invisible danger to it. I mean, every time a gas pump leaks, even if you just take it out of your tank and it just links on the floor, that is impacting air quality. And those are things that we don't see, but those of us who are, impacted families around cancer, we oftentimes feel. And I think it's really important to note that in conversation to this. I also wanted to say that I was also intrigued with the 67% of Pinoleans who are concerned about transportation as a whole and what that means. It seems like folks want to dig into new forms and new fuels, but don't really know where to go with it. So I'd be intrigued with staff, not necessarily now, but how you all see the work continuing, or the communication and public engagement continuing past this establishment of this ordinance. But I'm certainly, super excited to support this ordinance tonight, as well as the new established regulations. And then I just, Mr. Hannum, you mentioned something about your communications with current station owners now, and I wanted to speak to that as well, because I've spoken with a couple of them as well, and I also think there's an important, from my perspective, there's an important conversation happening as well between small business owners who are service station owners and larger corporations. And I'm not here to say whether one or the other is better, but I do want to reiterate that we have had small business owners here servicing gas stations for a while in the city of Pinole. And I think in this moment in particular, what speaks to me about this issue is that we are uplifting them in conversations. It's great for us to bring in big business, big box stores. I think we're known for that in some ways in Pinole. But I also think that this in particular issue has come to tune where we're also uplifting our small businesses. And I think in that way, we don't always recognize the gas stations as small businesses, but they are. And I just think that's really important. So I just wanted to note that as well. This is wonderful work. I would hope that our council just really agrees and moves this forward, because I think that this is definitely in line with our climate action plan. Exactly what we said we wanted to do, you all have done, and I'm so grateful for it. So thank you again for your work. I'm sure it wasn't easy, and thanks for smiling all throughout the way.
I have to give credit to Justin. Justin did the heavy lift on this, and so you did a great job on getting all the research and working with Capil on the survey, and of course, and then we all were interviewing the gas station owners. So, but yeah, it was a good part of the planning division and getting this ordinance to you in a fairly quick manner compared to some other things. So.
And if I can just say, Mayor, I look forward to the day where we can bring a green hydrogen station to Pinole. I saw that Chevron just built a new one, I think in Southern California, I believe. And so you all, I think there's a lot of opportunity in the alternative fuel space. So I look forward to also you all's, work around that too, if that's in your mind, and coming back to council around something like that.
All right. So I'll just say that, we do appreciate your work. And I know I was joking earlier, but to be passionate about planning codes and going through all of this is sometimes difficult, but you could see the results, and I mean, you could really see the how much you guys love this work, and we're lucky to have you guys doing this work. So I want to say thank you, and I do look forward to what this ordinance brings. I mean, it does open some doors, although not necessarily closing others, but I think it does open the possibility for something different. And when we say alternative fuels, to really open that door. I mean, we have the Tesla charging station. It'd be great to see if there was some fuel diversity out there. If the hydrogen were to come in, it would give people options in Pinole, which I think they'll take. So I want to say thank you again, and entertain a motion to waive the first reading.
Thank you. I'll move to waive the first reading and introduce an ordinance consisting of the municipal code amendments related to prohibition of new service stations, proposed regulations for existing legal non-conforming service stations, and proposed regulations for alternative fuel stations, and schedule a second read and adoption for March 17, 2026.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Sasai, second by Councilmember Martinez-Rubin. City Clerk. Oh, I'm sorry, we have comment?
If there's any appetite for the maker of the motion and the second to have staff take a look at some language that would allow transfer of development rights, I think it would leave our options wider open.
So it would be no net, I mean, I guess.
No net increase.
No net increase, but a transfer of rights? Okay.
I'm personally not interested in that. I think this is alignment with our climate action plan. I don't want to see new development. What I hear from that, and if I'm wrong, let me know, but I hear still that the transfer of rights would result in possibly new infrastructure, new fossil fuel infrastructure elsewhere.
And
is that correct?
It would be newer infrastructure that's consistent with the current codes and cleaning up older infrastructure.
But
closing, yes, it would be.
It does expand fossil
It
fuel.
wouldn't expand. It would be a one-for-one replacement. And it just leaves us the ability, for instance, if there's, a gas station next to a senior housing, maybe that's not the most ideal site, but if a developer finds that, there's a better site, it's an option. And it doesn't increase the number of pumps.
Just so I'm aware, though, because I just want to make sure I'm understanding what you're suggesting. Does it doesn't create new pumps, but the expansion of the infrastructure would move from a point A to a point B.
Right.
And that infrastructure would then be developed in our city.
Correct.
Okay, so.
And just to note that point B would be under newer codes. Point A would be subject to cleanup.
Subject to cleanup.
Yeah.
Right, gotcha.
I'll comment on that, Mayor, if that's okay.
Please, Councilmember Sai and
Again, I appreciate tension is very clear, which is the eventual phasing out of fossil fuels in our city to protect the public health of our residents. I think as we're thinking about, transferring development rights, we move it from one location, like you were mentioning, where there's senior housing, sensitive location, and you move it to somewhere else, a different site where there may not be any housing. We also have an agenda here in Pinole to be pro-housing and to increase our housing stock. So I have certain feelings about that. I'd be open to if maybe staff could develop a policy memo, just so I'm aware more of, I think, what you're outlining there, and I think we can all have it sent to the council individually. And if there is appetite from any member to request a future agenda item to amend that, I'd be open to that future conversation with consensus of the council, if that's okay. I'm happy to amend the motion to include that if that's,
Just asking if, I'm going to ask our city attorney if there's just some language that could be incorporated into the ordinance. Of course, an agreement for transfer of development rights, it's not by right. It would be subject to review, CEQA review, and, going through the entitlements. It's not an automatic.
Yep, through the chair. So I defer to staff. It seems like that would be a pretty, we would need to workshop that and figure out language to make that work. I'm sensitive, there is some time sensitivity because the existing ordinance does expire at the end of this month. So if we were to add language, it seems like it would be a significant change where we might need to bring it back for a second first read. And so the second read wouldn't be until April. So if that's something that the council is interested in, I think the idea of maybe bringing it back for further discussion would be a good idea, but look to planning staff as well.
Yeah, we would have to take a look at, depending on, because it would definitely affect the legal nonconforming use sections if we're moving it. And we would probably have to go back to look at where it could be located, because right now they're not located. We've amended it to where their new service stations aren't allowed anywhere in town. So we'd probably have to take a look at either some provision or a note, especially within the specific plan and the zoning ordinance, that if there's a transfer development right, or we just have to, I think if you give us a chance to think about it, it would take us a little bit to.
Mr. Mayor?
Director Willett, I just wanted to make one comment. I think we also have the deadline of March 22nd, right? So we do have to get a first and second reading in. I think Councilmember Sasai's point about maybe getting a policy back to relook at it, because I'm looking at it as if it was like a liquor license. Like you can only have 5 in the town or something like that, and then somebody can sell that or those rights to sell liquor. I think that's the direction you're going, but again, I think we would have to allow staff some time to kind of flesh this out and come back to council. I think that we have to be sensitive to the fact of the original intent of this, as well as what is the city doing to encourage other fuels current with the code. as well as development that comes in to start exploring that as well. But I think it's a discussion we're going to have. I mean, maybe we bring that up as a future agenda item. And Director Whalen, I know you wanted to jump in, but we had Councilmember Martinez Rubin that had a comment, I believe. Okay, no, she's waving. Director Whalen, please go ahead.
Yeah, sure, Mr. Mayor. Sorry for interrupting here. I was just going to suggest if the direction of the council was to move forward with this ordinance and then separately direct staff to bring back some, policy options in line with what you were discussing tonight for consideration at a future date.
Okay, all right. Okay, so we have a motion and second on the floor. I think we have staff direction. Does that have to be included in the policy component, or does that have to be included in the motion?
No, I think it sounds like the direction is pretty clear.
Okay.
So, yeah, we could just move on the first read.
Okay, great.
And so what's the motion, Mayor? I'm sorry, just so I'm clear.
The motion is just a staff recommendation. It's not amended at this time.
Okay.
But I also want to clarify I think the language that you're requesting, I would like for that to be sent to council in the form of a memo rather than a future discussion that would be agendized, just so we can have time to review over it, see what it's about, educate ourselves, and if there's appetite of the council, we can discuss that in a future agenda items request. And maybe we can just, through unanimous consent.
Yeah, no, I think that's good. It looks like we have consent on the memo.
A memo workshopping is really, I think, useful. So it's beyond a memo. I think workshopping, it means it's also open to the public, right?
Yeah, through the chair. So I think the proposal would be for the memo to be sent to council. You guys can review it, and then there can be a request for future agenda items. So it would come back ultimately for a public discussion if there's an interest in having that.
Right. So it'd be like March 17th. We could possibly bring up a future agenda item if the memo's in. But I think that, that'll give everybody time to digest what we're talking about up here. All right. So it looks like we got consensus for that. City Clerk, can we have a vote, please?
Yes. Mayor Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai?
Yes.
Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, so that there's no old business or new business. So we're on to item 13, our second citizens to be heard. City Clerk, are there any citizens who did not speak under first citizens to be heard?
Yes. Rafael Menace.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Mess, resident of Pinole, and I have two topics I'd like to speak on tonight. First, the overall rates of COVID-19 and influenza in the state of California and around Pinole, more specifically speaking. Rates of COVID are about the same as they were previously, though data is a little bit more delayed than it typically has been, where the only data goes through like February 17th, and ordinarily it would go through the 28th at this point in time. So not quite sure what's going on with the delays there, but basically COVID-wise, it's about the same. And with regards to the flu, it looks like there's a pretty sharp drop-off after February 1st, basically. But it's still in the we aren't certain segment of the graph, because for 2 weeks prior, they're still finalizing data. So it's more initial results rather than final results. But we basically dropped down to about the flu prevalence level in the state of California that we were in December, rather than, being higher than we were at pretty much any point last year, which is where we were before that. So continue to, get vaccinated, take precautions in crowded indoor areas and so on, but the risk is lower now than it was previously, and hopefully it will continue to decline. Historically speaking, that's what the trend line looked like last year anyway. But the final topic I'd like to talk about tonight is our country's current war in Iran. And I recognize in the past that I've expressed my opposition to the current Iranian regime. But I think that the way that President Trump and the executive branch more broadly has gone about the conduct of this war has been reckless and unconstitutional. There are numerous news articles out there that state that we don't even have a set goal for what we want to achieve in this war. Sometimes we're saying we want to remove the regime entirely. Sometimes we're saying we want to get rid of the nuclear program or the ballistic missile program, or maybe get rid of Iran's navy. Some days we're saying we'll negotiate. Other days we're saying, well, maybe we won't negotiate. We'll protect our allies. We won't. We'll protect tankers going through the Straits of Hormuz. We won't. There's no plan. And with something as major as going to war with a country with the military capabilities that Iran still has, we shouldn't be doing it this recklessly and without Congress doing its constitutional role of approving war and peace.
Thank you, Speaker. Do we have any other public comments?
Yes, we have Anthony Vosbrink online.
Mr. Vosbrink? Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'd like, my name's Anthony Vosbrink, senior citizen, taxpayer of Pinole, and I'd first like to echo the comments of the majority or almost all of the public speakers in the first public comment session that that we should not vote for initiative, or I guess ballot measure 10A, for a to have a duly elected city mayor. And I think they've pretty much touched all bases why we shouldn't have one. And so, like I say, and a lot of other people say, and they may take issue with somebody like Cameron Sasai, but if it's not broke, you know, let's not fix it. And then on the other side of the coin, I think there's a disconnect between the city of Pinole, the council people, the mayor, the city staffers, with regard to doing their due diligence to offer the best city governance that we deserve. And a lot of it's based around public works. Not to beat a dead horse here, but we still have not heard what the communication between the Contra Costa County Flood District and what they're going to do or not do with regard to shoring up that major breach behind the Sprout Shopping Center parking lot that has that big giant piece of plastic tarp that's falling down. So the next major rainstorm or two will, you know, wash out the sidewalk there and maybe part of the parking lot. And then shame on somebody who couldn't pick up the phone or write a letter to the Contra Costa County Flood District. They gave a presentation. They were going to clean out and dredge part of the creek that would solve half the problem, and then build a brick retaining wall there or something and backfill it. Also, what's happening with regard to the
Mr. Vosbrink, you have 45 seconds.
Around the Bayfront Park there, we need to have parking lot lights down in front of the Bayfront Park parking lot with, you know, LED solar lights. They're low cost, and we need to have those for public safety, so not another community member doesn't lose their life or gets attacked or gets their car broken into at night at 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening. And also, can we get the Caltrans to fix those lights over I-80? It's been going on for almost 2 years now, and Director Urba said she was going to call Caltrans and fix the overhead freeway lights on either side, eastbound, westbound, underneath on the top of the freeway there with the signage. You can't read the...
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vosbrink. Thank you, Speaker. Any other speakers?
That concludes public comment.
Okay, so that brings us to item 14, adjournment. We're now ready to adjourn. I'd like to adjourn the meeting to the next regular city council meeting of March 17th in remembrance of Amber Schwartz. Thank you very much.